Prologue. Caelum. The day Caelum's sister dies, the orangery smells like sugar, warm soil, and poison. He does not know yet that she will die. He knows only that the afternoon light falls through the cracked glass ceiling in long golden shafts that make the dust look like tiny planets, and that Valentina has stolen 4 sfogliatelle from the kitchen, and that if he eats the last one, she will call him a pig, and if he does not eat it, she will call him boring. So either way, he loses, which is how conversations with Valentina usually go. She sits cross-legged on the mosaic floor, with her back against the stone planter, her dark hair loose over one shoulder, a flake of pastry clinging to the corner of her mouth. The oleander presses in around them from every direction, white blooms and pink blooms crowding against the iron ribs of the ceiling like they are trying to escape. They cannot. The glass holds them. Father says things that grow without purpose are a waste of good soil, which is probably why nobody comes in here except them. Caelum eats the last sfogliatella. His fingers are sticky from the ricotta, and he wipes them on his trousers because Valentina will notice if he wipes them on the mosaic. And then she will tell him he was raised by wolves, and he will have to remind her that wolves are more organized than their household staff.
Pig,
Valentina says.
You left it.
I left it to see what you'd do. It was a test of character, and you failed.
It was a test of hunger, and I passed.
She laughs. When Valentina laughs, her whole body participates. Shoulders, throat, the tilt of her chin. Nobody else in this house laughs like that. Nobody else in this house laughs at all, except when Father's associates tell jokes that are not funny, and then everyone laughs precisely as long as Father does, and not a second longer. Caelum has counted. He counts most things. Numbers are orderly. Numbers do not have moods.
You have cream on your lip, she says.
So do you.
Her hand flies to her mouth. She wipes. Nothing there. She narrows her eyes at him, and Caelum lets himself smile, just barely. Because smiling too much in this family is a problem. Father's consigliere told him last week that an Orsini's face should be a locked door. But the orangery is not the house. In the orangery, Valentina says the rules are different. Here, Caelum is allowed to be 9.
You're becoming dangerous, little lion, she says.
The name is hers alone. She started calling him that when he was 4 and threw a wooden block at Father's favorite painting because it had a wolf in it, and he did not like the way the wolf looked at the lamb. He missed the painting and hit a vase worth more than most people's cars. Father's hand left a mark on his cheek that lasted 3 days. Valentina found him under his bed that night, pressing his face into the carpet so the housekeepers would not hear, and she climbed under with him and said,
Only lions throw things at wolves. Everyone else just lets the wolf eat.
Caelum has not thrown anything since. But she still calls him Little Lion, and he lets her, because when she says it, the words sound like the door to a room where he is allowed to be small, without anyone writing it down for later.
I'm becoming accurate, Caelum says. There's a difference.
Accurate people are the most dangerous kind. They never miss what matters.
She picks a white oleander bloom from the planter behind her and twirls it between her fingers. The petals are waxy and pale, like something carved from soap.
Do you know oleander is poisonous?
Every part of it. Leaves, bark, flowers, sap, even the smoke if you burn it.
She raises an eyebrow.
Who taught you that?
You did. 2 years ago.
And you remembered.
I remember everything you tell me.
Something crosses her face that Caelum does not have a word for yet. She tucks the bloom behind his ear, and the petal is cool and smooth against his skin. His chest does the thing it sometimes does around Valentina. A tightness that is not pain, but sits in the same place, somewhere behind his ribs, where his heartbeat feels louder than it should.
Valentina? Why do you like it here? It's falling apart.
She looks up at the glass ceiling, where 2 panes are missing entirely, and a third has a crack that runs like a frozen river from one iron rib to the next. The oleander has pushed through the gaps, leaves reaching toward open sky, blooming in the fractures.
Because it's the only place on this property that Father forgot about. Men don't have patience for things that grow slowly.
She tilts her head.
And because the oleander doesn't care that the glass is broken. It grows anyway. It blooms anyway. It's full of poison, and it's still the most beautiful thing on the estate.
She looks at him.
Fear is easy. Men like Father use it because they are too lazy to earn love. Growing things is harder. It takes patience. That's why he hates this place.
Caelum looks at the flowers. They are beautiful. They are also splitting the mosaic and wrenching the iron apart, slow and patient, and they will eventually bring down the glass that holds them. He thinks Valentina knows this. He thinks she likes it.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
She asks. She asks him this sometimes. The answer has never changed.
Capo, like father.
The light shifts. Or maybe Valentina does. Her fingers stop twirling the oleander bloom, and her expression stills, in the way it stills when she is deciding whether to tell him something he is too young for. Caelum knows this pause. She uses it before she says things like, "Mother isn't coming back," and "The man in the basement didn't leave. Caelum and you don't have to love Father to obey him, but you should know the difference." She puts her hands on either side of his face. Her palms are warm and slightly gritty from the mosaic dust. Her fingers smell like pastry and oleander sap and the pencil shavings she gets under her nails when she draws.
Promise me something, little lion.
What?
When you lead, and you will lead, because the world bends for boys like you, whether it should or not. Be better than him. Be the kind of man people follow because they choose to, not because they're terrified.
Caelum does not fully understand what she means. He knows Father's men follow him. He knows they bow their heads and call him Don Orsini, and that their hands shake when they pour his wine. He thought that was what being Capo meant.
I promise.
He says, because Valentina is asking, and he would promise her anything, even if he had to figure out later what he had agreed to. She kisses his forehead. Her lips are dry and taste like powdered sugar.
Good. Now.
She reaches behind the planter and pulls out the leather journal.
I finished a new one.
Caelum's chest opens. The journal is old. She bought it at a market in Silver Lake with her own money, and the cover is soft brown leather with a brass clasp that does not close properly anymore. He has to hold it shut with a rubber band at night so the pages do not splay open by themselves, which used to scare him when he was 7, because he thought the stories were trying to get out. On the inside cover, in her careful, slanted handwriting,
For my little lion, even the bravest need a story to hold on to. Love always, Val.
she writes fairy tales for him. She has done this since he was 5, and the stories are always about the same character, a lion cub who is braver than he knows. She draws the illustrations in colored ink, green forests, golden castles, red-eyed wolves with human hands. Nobody knows about the journal. Not Father, not the staff. It lives under Caelum's pillow, and he reads it when the house goes quiet, in the way he has learned to distrust. The quiet that means someone, somewhere, is being very still because they have to be.
This one is called The Little Lion and the Locked Door.
She says, and opens to a page where a small lion stands before a massive iron door in a dark forest. The ink is emerald and black, and just a little gold for the hinges. She reads. Her voice changes when she reads her stories. It drops lower, turns certain, as if the words are stones she is placing one by one in a path she wants him to follow someday. The story is simple.
A lion cub walks through a dark forest. He finds a door. Every animal in the forest tells him to walk away. The owl says the door is cursed. The fox says only fools open what they cannot close. The wolf says what is behind it will eat him alive. The lion cub stands before the door. He is afraid. His mane has not grown in yet. His claws are still soft at the tips. He can hear something on the other side. Not snarling, not growling, but growing. Leaves against glass, water on stone, things pushing toward light. He opens the door. Behind it, a garden, wild and overgrown and bright, full of things that grew without anyone's permission. Bravery.
Valentina reads, her finger tracing the words she inked by hand.
Isn't the absence of fear. It's opening the door anyway.
She closes the journal. The dust turns in the golden light. Somewhere deep in the house, the door shuts. They both go still, listen, count the silence. Nothing follows. They breathe again. Caelum leans against her shoulder. She is warm and solid, and her arm wraps around him, and the orangery holds them in its amber light. And for this one moment, the world is only this. His sister, the smell of pastry and poisonous flowers, and a story about a small, brave thing that opened the wrong door and found something growing on the other side.
Val? I like this one.
I know.
She squeezes his shoulder once.
That's because you're the lion, little lion.
Caelum closes his eyes. He should not have closed his eyes. Valentina. His father's voice does not rise. It drops. It arrives like something heavy set down on a glass shelf, controlled, measured, and certain of the damage it intends. The oleander seems to pull back. Maybe Caelum imagines that. Maybe not. Valentina's arm goes rigid around him. He feels her pulse through the thin skin of her wrist. Fast, fast, fast. And then she is pulling away and gripping both his shoulders. There are no tears on her face. She is not shaking. She is already gone somewhere he cannot follow. Somewhere past the edge of a decision. And only her hands on his shoulders are still in the room with him.
Hide! Low, stripped clean. Behind the big planter, the oleander is thick enough.
What did you do?
She presses the journal into his hands and folds his fingers over the brass clasp. The metal bites into his sticky palm.
Loved the wrong person.
Caelum's stomach drops. He has heard father's men discuss this in the kitchen late at night when they forgot he was under the table reading. Valentina was seen with a boy. A Ferretti boy.
Val?
No.
Her fingers tighten on his.
You hide. You do not come out, no matter what you hear, even if you want to, especially if you want to.
Her voice cracks on the last word, just barely. A fracture she smooths over so fast, Caelum almost misses it.
Promise me.
I'm not leaving you.
You're not leaving me. You're letting me leave first.
Caelum does not know what that means yet. Later, he will understand. Later, he will wish he did not.
Promise me.
I promise.
She lets go of his hands. She stands. She brushes the pastry flakes from her dress and tucks her hair behind her ears. And for one breath, she looks at him the way she looks at her illustrations after she has finished them. Studying something she made from inside herself, memorizing it, knowing she cannot go back and change the lines. Then she turns and walks toward the orangery door. Caelum presses himself behind the stone planter. The oleander closes around him like a thick curtain, leaves brushing his arms, petals against his cheek. Through the gaps, he sees the entrance. Valentina's silhouette, straight-spined. The door. Then his father filling the frame, 2 soldiers behind him. The afternoon light catches the bronze lion paperweight in his right hand, the one from his desk. The one he says is a reminder that the Orsini family descends from conquerors. It is heavy. Caelum has held it. It barely fits in both his hands. His father is not fully drunk. He is the worse version, half drunk, the version where his hands are loose but his eyes are sharp in the wrong direction.
You brought shame into this house.
He says it the way he discusses a shipment that arrived damaged. Factual. Already decided.
I brought love into a house that had none.
Valentina's spine does not curve. Her voice does not waver. Caelum grips the journal so tightly the clasp cuts a line into his palm, and he feels the wet warmth of a thin thread of blood and does not let go.
You loved Ferretti.
He says the name the way someone says the word rot.
Do you understand what you've made yourself? Weak. And weakness spreads if it isn't cut out.
I loved someone who was kind to me.
She pauses, lifts her chin. The light from the fractured ceiling falls across her face, and she looks like one of her own illustrations. Gold and ink and fierce, and drawn with lines that will not wash away.
That is more than you have ever given anyone in this house.
The silence lasts 3 of Caelum's heartbeats. He counts them because counting is all he can do. 1, 2, 3. The bronze lion comes down. The sound is flat and dense, not loud, like a book dropped spine first on a stone floor. A single thick note, and then nothing. No scream. Caelum waits for it. He needs it almost, because a scream would mean she is still here, still breathing, still Valentina. She gives him nothing. Not even that. A sound Caelum cannot put words around. A body and the ground meeting. His father's breathing, heavier now, ragged, as if the effort cost him something physical, though not enough. Caelum pushes his face into the oleander. The petals are cool and waxy against his skin. They smell sweet enough to cramp his stomach. The sfogliatella turns to acid somewhere behind his ribs, and he swallows against the rise of it. Because if he makes a noise, his father will hear him. And then there will be 2 of them beneath the flowers. He counts instead of breathing. He counts because numbers do not have opinions about what is happening. 4, 11, 23, 40. His father's voice, lower now, directed at the soldiers.
Behind the oleander, the large bed.
Footsteps. A heavy, dragging sound, fabric over stone. The rustle of a tarp. Then the rhythmic bite of shovels cutting into soil. They are putting her here, in her place, under her flowers. In the garden, she said father was too lazy to love. Caelum does not move. The digging stops. Footsteps retreat. His father pauses in the doorway. Caelum hears the sole of his shoe scrape across the mosaic, and his whole body goes rigid, because he is certain father can smell the sugar on his fingers and the fear coming off his skin, and he will find him and show him what happens to Orsinis, who hide behind flowers, while the world does what it does. The door groans shut. His footsteps fade into the house. Caelum stays. The golden light dies in degrees. Amber, grey. Then the particular dark of a glass room at night. Not full black, but a bruised blue. The shapes of oleander visible, but their colours gone. The temperature drops until Caelum's teeth hit against each other in a rhythm he cannot control. His knees have gone past aching into a deeper numbness that he will feel for 2 days afterward, though he does not know that yet. His fingers are still clamped around the journal. When he tries to move them, they do not respond at first. and he has to peel them off the leather one by one, and the brass clasp has left a print in his palm that is half blood and half ricotta sugar. Petals fall. They drift down from the blooms overhead, catching on nothing, and land on his shoulders and hair and the backs of his hands, like snow that does not melt. The oleander smells sweet. It smells so sweet, his stomach lurches and he gags, but nothing comes up, because everything inside him has gone cold and heavy, and the weight of it sits exactly where his chest used to hold something warmer. He thinks about the fairy tale, the lion cub and the locked door. He thinks about what Valentina did not write, that sometimes the door opens and what is behind it is not a garden. Sometimes it is just more forest, darker, deeper, and the door locks behind you. Caelum opens the journal. He can barely see the pages in the dark, but his fingers find the inscription by feel, the slight ridges of her pen pressing into paper. Even the bravest need a story to hold on to. He picks a white oleander petal from his shoulder and presses it between the pages. It leaves a faint, wet stain on the paper right beside her handwriting. At dawn, the light comes back through the broken panes. Grey first, then the thin pink of a sky that does not know what happened beneath it. Futuristic. Caelum uncurls. His joints pop. His legs have gone numb, and he has to wait for the tingling to pass before he can stand. When he does, his knees almost buckle, and he catches himself against the planter. His palms leave smudged prints on the stone, pastry sugar, and a little dried blood from where the clasp bit into his hand. He does not look at the oleander bed. He looks at it. The soil is dark and loose, a neat rectangle of fresh-turned earth behind the largest plants. A few white petals have already fallen on it, as though the oleander has begun the slow work of claiming what was put beneath. Caelum walks to his room. The house is waking. Water in the pipes, a door, footsteps, the percussion of breakfast being made for a man who will eat his eggs and read his paper and ask for more coffee and not look at the empty chair where his daughter used to sit. Caelum changes out of his clothes. They smell like sugar and soil and the sweet, sick perfume of oleander that he will never again be able to separate from the sound of bronze meeting bone. He folds them and puts them at the bottom of his wardrobe, where no one will think to look. He puts the journal under his pillow. He sits on his bed. His hands rest on his thighs. The cut from the brass clasp has dried into a thin brown line across his left palm. His chest is full of something that has no name. It is heavy and sharp and completely still, like an animal that has decided to stop breathing. It sits behind his ribs, where a softer thing used to live, and it presses outward with a pressure that feels permanent. Caelum does not cry. He will never cry again, until one day, many years later, he does.
Chapter 1. Elowyn. The gates of Orsini Manor open like a mouth. Black iron, 15 feet tall, scrolled into patterns that might be vines or might be serpents. Cypress trees line the driveway in dark columns, their tips sharp against the bruised evening sky. The tires grind over the white gravel.
Don't embarrass me, little pest.
Cristiano adjusts his cufflinks without looking at Elowyn. His voice is warm. His jaw is not.
And don't stare at anything like we just crawled out of a storm drain.
I never stare.
You stare at everything. You catalog.
He reaches across the back seat and tugs the end of Elowyn's braid, a gesture so familiar it should feel comforting. Tonight, his fingers hold on half a second too long before releasing.
It's a habit you should break before someone notices you're paying attention.
He looks at Elowyn then, and his expression shifts. Something softer crosses his face.
You look like Mama.
he says.
Then his hand drops to her collar, and he straightens it, tugging the fabric flat against her throat.
Sit up, shoulders back. And if anyone offers you champagne, take the glass. Don't drink it. Refusing draws attention. So,
I'm 15.
you're my sister at the most important event of the year. Act like it.
Before they leave the car, Cristiano reaches forward and straightens Nora's scarf. His fingers pull the silk higher over the bruise beneath her ear.
There.
He says.
Better.
Nora does not answer. She sits with her hands folded in her lap, her gaze fixed on the building growing larger through the glass. Her makeup is immaculate. Her posture is rehearsed. She catches Elowen looking and gives her a smile so brief it barely qualifies. Elowen is 15 years old. She is wearing a dress Nora picked because Cristiano told her to find something appropriate, high-necked and dark blue, with flat shoes that will not catch on stairs. Nora helped her pin her hair before they left. Her hands were gentle, and she said nothing except,
Hold still.
and then, very quietly,
You look older than 15. Stay where I can see you tonight.
the manor appears in full, and despite Cristiano's warning, Elowen stares. It sprawls across the ridge, pale stone rising above tiered gardens she can barely make out in the fading light. The front facade is columned and lit from below by ground-mounted spotlights that give the marble a dull ivory glow. It is the most beautiful building Elowen has ever seen, and something about it makes her skin contract. The car stops at the base of wide stone steps. Two men in dark suits open their doors. They do not make eye contact. Their earpieces glint beneath their hair. The air is cooler up here, scented with something floral Elowen cannot name. Not jasmine, not gardenia, something heavier and sweeter that settles on the back of her tongue and stays. Cristiano steps out first and buttons his jacket in one motion. For a moment, before he turns back to offer Elowen his hand, he looks like a stranger. Older, sharper, someone she would not approach at a party. Then he smiles. He takes her arm. They ascend. The foyer is larger than their entire house, marble underfoot, veined in gray and gold. A staircase curves upward, and the portraits lining the wall above it are all of men with the same green eyes. A string quartet plays above the ballroom. The music is formal and too loud for conversation. Elowen counts 4 exits from the ballroom ahead. Each one has a man stationed near it, though none wears the same uniform as the staff. Cristiano steers Elowen through the crowd with his hand on her back. He greets people by name, shakes hands, laughs at things she cannot hear. Every man he speaks to looks at him carefully. Some of them look at her. Near the center of the room, an older man with silver hair and a red pocket square turns toward them. Don Aurelio, 70 years old, slim, dressed in a tuxedo that probably cost more than their car. His smile, when he spots Cristiano, is the smile of a man who considers making people wait a form of art. His eyes move to Elowen. They stay.
Opal is this? Marchetti, you've been hiding treasures.
Cristiano shifts half a step in front of Elowen. His hand closes around her elbow and draws her nearer to his side.
My sister.
He says. His tone is polite. His grip on Elowen's elbow is not.
15?
Don Aurelio's eyes move over Elowen again.
She looks older.
In ours she is.
The voice comes from behind Don Aurelio, low, level, and carrying the particular calm of a man who does not need volume. Caelum Orsini steps into the circle. He is 18. Elowen knows that, but he does not look nervous or uncertain the way boys at school do. He moves carefully, as though he always knows where his hands and feet are. His hair is black, pushed away from his forehead in a way that looks careless and is not. His eyes are green with amber around the pupils. He checks the exits before he looks at the guests. After midnight, Cristiano will answer to him.
Elowen Marchetti, isn't it?
Elowen nods because her tongue has gone dry. He extends his hand. His grip is firm but careful, and he releases her at once. Don Aurelio is already turning to greet someone else, but his attention keeps drifting back toward where Elowen stands. Caelum notices. He steps slightly between them and lowers his voice.
It's becomes you's loyalty with possession. You don't want to be confused for either.
He reaches into his jacket and produces a coin. Not currency. Heavy, old, stamped with something Elowen cannot read in the chandelier light. He holds it out to her.
Find a man named Tommaso near the east doors. Short, gray suit, looks impatient. Given this.
Elowen takes the coin. It is warm from his pocket.
What is it?
An excuse.
Elowen finds Tommaso exactly where Caelum said he would be. Short, gray suit, expression like he has been waiting for something, and it is late. He looks at the coin in her palm and then at her.
Did Aurelio corner you?
Almost.
His mouth tightens.
Stay here for a minute, then tell Caelum you found me.
Elowen brings the message back. Cristiano has already reclaimed her. His hand lands on her shoulder before she is halfway across the floor. He introduces her to men whose names she forgets immediately. She stands where Cristiano places her and smiles when he squeezes her arm and tries not to think about the bruise under Nora's scarf or the way Don Aurelio's gaze followed her across the room. Time passes. The music swells. The laughter sharpens. The chandeliers are warm and the air gets heavier with perfume and sweat and expensive tobacco. Elowen's chest tightens. Her skin feels damp under the high collar of her dress. She needs air. Cristiano is deep in conversation with a group of captains near the center of the room. His posture loose, but his hands too still. His back is to Elowen. Nora is seated along the far wall, her champagne untouched, her eyes tracking the room with the precision of a woman who has learned that the fastest way to survive a gathering is to know where every exit leads. Neither of them sees Elowen step through the terrace doors. The terrace is made of pale stone and wraps around the east side of the manor. The cold hits Elowen's arms, and she presses them against her ribs. Below, the gardens drop away in terraces of their own. Hedges, gravel paths, a fountain she can hear but not see. Off to the right, below the terrace and attached to the east wing, there is a glass structure, or what was once. The iron frame is still intact, but much of the glass is cracked or missing. White flowers crowd the interior. Their branches have pushed through the empty panes and spread along the outside walls. Elowen steps closer to the railing and leans forward, trying to see more. The moonlight catches on the surviving glass and turns it silver. The door opens behind her. Caelum steps onto the terrace and loosens one cuff.
I nevid heir.
He says. He stands a few feet to Elowen's left and looks out at the same view. She leans further over the railing. Her weight shifts forward. His hand closes around her upper arm and pulls her back. Firm and immediate. The stone terrace is solid under her feet again before her pulse has time to catch up. He releases her and steps back.
What dat place?
Elowen asks.
It was my sister's.
Elowen waits.
She loved someone my father hated.
He says.
He killed Efroit. I was 9. I hid inside the orangery until morning.
His eyes remain on the broken glass.
She never came out.
Elowen thinks about being 9 and hiding there until morning, unable to help her or leave. She thinks about the flowers pressing through the broken glass, still growing in the place where someone died.
My mother died when I was a baby,
Elowen says. She did not plan to say it. It comes out because the terrace is cold and quiet, and he told her something true.
Sometimes I dream about a woman humming a song I don't know. I choose to believe it was her.
Caelum is quiet for a few seconds.
Do you remember the song?
Only a few notes. I can't hum it when I'm awake. It disappears.
Why do you think it was her?
Elowen pulls her arms tighter against her ribs.
I need one memory of her that belongs to no one else, even if I made it up.
He looks at Elowen for several seconds. The amber in his eyes catches the light spilling through the terrace doors.
That is a dangerous thing to admit.
Why?
Because now I know what matters to you.
Before Elowen can decide whether that is a threat or something gentler, a photographer appears at the door.
One photograph, signore?
Caelum glances at Elowen before nodding. The photographer positions them near the railing, Elowen slightly in front, Caelum a step behind and to her left. The orangery is visible in the background below them, faintly glowing.
Chin up, signorina.
The photographer says.
As if you're happy to be here.
He'll want his money back then, Elowen says.
Hold still.
Caelum says under his breath.
Or he'll make us do it twice.
The flash fires, then a second time. The photographer nods and retreats inside. For 1 second, the terrace is quiet again.
We should go back.
Caelum says. He refastens his jacket button.
Stay near Tommaso. Aurelio won't approach you while my cousin is there.
Inside, the ballroom has changed. The same lights, the same music, but the clusters of men have tightened, and some faces Elowen saw laughing earlier are not laughing now. Elowen does not understand every look passing between the men. She understands only that each mention of midnight tightens Cristiano's mouth. Nora finds Elowen near the orchestra and pulls her to a chair along the wall. Her hand is damp. She sits beside Elowen and says nothing for several minutes.
Where did you go?
She finally asks.
Since Nora's.
Her mouth thins. She moves her chair closer to Eloine's. Since Silvano Orsini died 5 years ago, Don Aurelio has overseen the transition, while the senior captains manage the territory. Cristiano has carried more authority than any of them. At midnight, the captains will swear to Caelum, and the power they have been holding will become his. The orchestra starts a waltz. Couples move onto the floor. Don Aurelio watches from his high-backed chair near the head of the room. A captain approaches Cristiano with a question about a delayed shipment. Cristiano answers without consulting anyone. The man nods and turns to leave, then notices Don Aurelio watching.
Cristiano's authority is temporary. Until midnight,
Don Aurelio says. The captain hesitates before looking toward Caelum. Cristiano's smile stays in place. His fingers tighten around his glass. The waltz ends. Staff begin clearing the central floor, moving chairs back against the walls. The captains drift closer to the front of the room in ones and twos, adjusting their jackets. Don Aurelio rises from his chair and moves to the place where the oaths will be given. 2 men carry a small table forward and set it beneath the largest chandelier. Caelum stands near Don Aurelio, waiting for the captains to be called forward. Cristiano has not moved to join them. He is still holding his glass. One of his men positions himself at the east doors. Another takes the staircase. A third stands near the service corridor. Nora sees all three. Her nails press into Elowyn's wrist.
But do not let go of me,
She says. Elowyn looks at her face. She is not nervous. She is afraid. The room quiets. Don Aurelio raises one hand.
Tonight, the authority held in trust for the Orsini heir returns to him.
No one speaks. The captains face Caelum.
Each of you will renew your oath before this house.
Don Aurelio continues.
You will kneel before your Capo and swear your loyalty.
Cristiano sets down his glass. Don Aurelio looks directly at him.
Cristiano Marchetti, you will be first.
Elowyn's brother steps away from the crowd. He adjusts one cuff, then the other. He walks toward Caelum, but stops several feet short of him. He does not kneel. Nora's grip tightens until her nails hurt Elowyn. Cristiano's right hand moves toward his jacket. Caelum sees it. His eyes find Elowyn's across the ballroom. The first gunshot comes from the east side of the room. People scream. Glass breaks. Nora's hand tears free from Elowyn's as the crowd surges between them. Caelum reaches Elowyn before she can move. He catches her arm and pulls her behind a marble column. Her shoulder strikes the stone.
Stay here. Don't move.
What is happening?
He looks toward the ballroom. Someone shouts his name.
Do not come out until I return.
Then he is gone. The clock begins to strike midnight. No one kneels.
Chapter 2. Caelum. The last bell has not finished striking when Caelum turns back toward the ballroom. The chandelier light fractures through gun smoke. Guests are running, not toward the exits, but away from the east doors, where Cristiano's men are already firing. 2 women crawl beneath the overturned oath table. A server lies face down near the bar, a tray of champagne flutes shattered around him like a halo made of glass. Caelum knows the positions before he counts them. East doors, staircase, service corridor. Cristiano placed his men there hours ago. Caelum watched them take those positions and thought they were his escort. Don Aurelio lies on his back beside the oath table. His red pocket square is darker now, his mouth open, his eyes fixed on the painted ceiling. He will not finish calling the oaths. He will not call anything again. 3 Orsini soldiers return fire from behind an overturned banquet table near the west wall. 2 more are already down. Caelum cannot tell which of the fallen chose Cristiano and which did not, because the dead look the same, regardless of who they were loyal to 3 minutes ago. Caelum pulls a chair leg free from the wreckage on the floor. Solid oak, about 2 feet long. It is not a gun. It will do until he finds one. Salvatore is 30 feet ahead of him, on the ground between 2 dead men. His hand presses his right side. Blood pushes between his fingers faster than his hand can contain it. His other hand still holds a pistol, but the slide is locked back. Empty. Caelum starts toward him. Dran. Eduardo's voice, close, behind Caelum and to his left, where Eduardo has stood for most of his life. Caelum turns, and he is there. Dark suit, earpiece, the beretta he carries in a shoulder holster now in his right hand, pointed at the floor. His face is the face Caelum has known since he was 10. After Caelum's father died 5 years ago, Eduardo became the man who checked every room before Caelum entered it, trained him every morning, and stood outside his bedroom when the house was quiet. Run, he says again.
Salvatore is alive.
Not for long if you stay.
Caelum moves toward Salvatore anyway. A bullet chips the marble a foot to his right. Caelum drops low and covers the distance in a crouch. Salvatore's eyes find him when he reaches him. They are focused, which is good. His breathing is shallow. which is not.
Behind you,
he says. Caelum turns in time to see one of Cristiano's soldiers raising a pistol. He throws the chair leg. It catches his forearm and the shot goes wide, punching into the ceiling. Plaster rains down. Caelum grabs the gun from the floor beside one of the dead men, an Orsini weapon, still warm, and fires twice. The soldier drops. Salvatore's hand closes on Caelum's sleeve.
get out.
Not without you.
You don't get to be stupid tonight.
His grip weakens. Blood pools beneath him now, spreading across the marble in a slow, dark circle that reflects the chandelier light. Caelum hooks his arm under Salvatore's shoulder and tries to lift him. He is heavier than Caelum expected. Or Caelum is weaker. Or both. They make it 4 feet before another volley forces them flat behind the base of a column near the west wall. The firing slows. Not because the fighting is over, but because one side is winning. Cristiano's men control the east doors and the main entrance. The staircase is held. The service corridor has 2 of his soldiers covering it. Roughly half the armed men have turned. The loyalists, still standing, are outnumbered more than 2 to 1, and several are wounded. The open floor belongs to Cristiano. Cristiano steps forward from behind the line of his men. His tuxedo jacket is open. His shirt is untucked on one side. He holds a pistol in his right hand, and he walks into the center of the ballroom with the posture of a man who has already decided that everything in the room belongs to him. He stops near Don Aurelio's body. He does not look down at him.
I am Capo now.
His voice carries. The gunfire has stopped, and in the silence, his words fill the space, the way the orchestra filled it an hour ago. One of the pinned loyalists, Ricci, a captain who served Caelum's father, spits blood onto the marble.
You're a traitor.
Cristiano shoots him in the chest. The sound is flat and enormous. Ricci falls backward and does not move again.
Anyone else want to correct me?
No one speaks. Cristiano turns. His eyes sweep the room and find Caelum crouched beside Salvatore with a dead man's gun in his hand.
Put it down.
Caelum lowers the pistol and lets it strike the marble beside Salvatore. 2 of Cristiano's men ease their aim by a fraction.
You had to kill them before they could choose.
Caelum says. His jaw tightens. The muscle in his cheek pulses. The same tick Caelum has watched across negotiating tables for 3 years, while Cristiano ran the territory, and Caelum waited for a birthday.
I ran this family,
he says.
I held the alliances. I kept the territory. I did the work while you grew up.
He steps closer. Blood from Don Aurelio's body is on the sole of his shoe, and it leaves a partial print on the marble with each step.
Boys don't get to be kings just because their fathers were.
The knife is in a flat sheath along Caelum's left forearm, beneath his sleeve. Eduardo gave it to him when he was 14. He taught Caelum how to throw it in the courtyard behind the east wing. Late afternoons, when the sun was low and the shadows were long enough to practice distance. Cristiano is 12 feet away. His pistol hangs at his side. His attention is on Caelum's empty hands because he believes Caelum is already beaten. Caelum pulls the knife and throws it in one motion. It enters Cristiano's left side below the ribs, not deep enough to kill, deep enough to make him fold. Cristiano's breath stops. His left hand drops to the handle. His knees bend and he staggers 1 step sideways before catching himself on the edge of the oath table. Blood darkens his white shirt in a widening circle around the blade. Caelum is already moving, 12 feet. If he can close the distance before Cristiano's men react. Eduardo's arm locks around Caelum's throat from behind. The hold is a rear choke, forearm across Caelum's windpipe, his other hand bracing behind Caelum's skull. Caelum knows this hold. He has escaped it 100 times in training. He drives his right heel down toward Eduardo's instep and twists left, dropping his chin to protect his airway. Eduardo shifts his weight before Caelum's heel lands. He widens his stance, the same correction he taught Caelum to make, and traps Caelum's left arm against his body by pinning his elbow with his hip. Caelum's right hand is still free. He drives it backward toward Eduardo's face. Eduardo catches his wrist. He knows Caelum favors the right hand when the left is pinned. He knows because he built the habit into Caelum during years of daily practice. A second man hits Caelum from the side. His fist connects below Caelum's ribs and the air leaves his lungs. His knees buckle. Eduardo adjusts his grip and forces him down. The marble hits Caelum's kneecaps and the pain shoots upward through both legs. Eduardo presses the beretta beneath Caelum's jaw. The barrel is warm. "Stop," he says, quietly, the way he used to say it when Caelum was 13 and losing his temper during sparring. Across the ballroom, Cristiano straightens. His left hand is pressed over the wound. Blood runs between his fingers and drips onto the marble. His face is white with pain and fury.
"Line them up,"
he says. The remaining Orsini loyalists, 4 men, 2 of them wounded, are dragged to the center of the floor and forced to their knees. The 2 men who are covering the service corridor leave their posts to help force the prisoners forward. For the first time since the shooting began, the doorway is open. Caelum knows 3 of them by name: Ferraro, Marchesi, Bianchi. The 4th is young, maybe 20, and Caelum cannot remember his name. And that will stay with him longer than anything else tonight. Cristiano walks down the line. He shoots Ferraro first, then Marchesi. Caelum lunges against Eduardo's hold. The gun barrel digs harder into his jaw. Eduardo's arm tightens across his chest. "Don't," Eduardo says. Cristiano shoots Bianchi. Then the young one. The sound of each shot is the same. The silence after the last one is different. During the executions, there is movement at the edge of Caelum's vision. Near the west wall, near the service corridor, 2 figures. Tommaso's curly hair is unmistakable, even from 40 feet. The other man is one of Salvatore's guards. Caelum cannot see which one. They have Salvatore between them, his arms over their shoulders, his feet barely touching the floor. They are moving toward the open doorway while every eye in the room is on the men being killed. Caelum does not look at them. He looks at Cristiano. He keeps looking at Cristiano. He lets the rage show because the rage is useful. It holds attention, and attention pointed at him is attention pointed away from the service corridor. They reach the doorway. Caelum still does not look.
"Get her out of here,"
Cristiano's voice. He is looking past Caelum. Caelum turns his head as far as Eduardo's grip allows. Elowen is standing beside the marble column where Caelum left her. She is not behind it anymore. The crowd must have pushed her out, or she came looking for Nora. Or she heard the silence after the last shot and did not understand what it meant until she saw the floor. She is looking at the bodies. Her hand goes to the column. She bends forward hard at the waist and vomits onto the marble. The sound is ugly. A wet, choking retch that pulls her whole body with it. She braces both hands on the stone and retches again until there is nothing left. And then she keeps retching, her shoulders heaving, tears running down her face. One of Cristiano's men takes her arm. She flinches so hard, he nearly loses his grip. Before she is pulled away, her eyes find Caelum's. Caelum searches her face. He looks for the recognition that comes from knowing what was planned. He looks for the small relief of a person who expected this outcome and is glad the dangerous part is over. He looks for guilt, avoidance, the careful blankness of someone managing their expression. He finds none of it. She looks stunned enough that she can barely stand. Her eyes move from the bodies to Cristiano, then back again. as if she is still trying to understand that he ordered this. She is pulled through a side door. Caelum loses sight of her. Cristiano presses his hand harder against his wound. He looks down at Caelum on his knees, with Eduardo's gun under his jaw.
Keep him alive,
he says.
The Orsini heir needs to learn who rules now.
They drag Caelum through the service corridor and down the back stairs. His shoulders strike the walls on both sides. The stairway is narrow and poorly lit, and the air changes as they descend. Warmer, first from the kitchens, then colder, then damp. Stone replaces plaster. The light bulbs become bare and spaced further apart. The basement corridor is long and smells of old water and lime. A row of iron doors lines one side. They open the last one. The room beyond is small. Stone floor, stone walls, no window. A single bulb hangs from the ceiling, but it is not turned on. The only light comes from the corridor behind Caelum, and when the door closes, that will be gone too. Eduardo pushes Caelum inside. He stumbles and catches himself against the far wall. The stone is cold and slick with condensation. The other soldiers leave. Their footsteps retreat up the stairs. Eduardo stays. He stands in the doorway, with the corridor light behind him, and for a moment, he is only a shape. Broad shoulders, the familiar tilt of his head, the gun now holstered. Caelum has seen this silhouette 1,000 times. Standing outside his bedroom door, waiting by the car, watching from the edge of the courtyard while Caelum practiced throws in the fading light.
I told you to run.
You chose him.
I stopped them from killing you in the ballroom.
And that makes it better?
He does not answer.
One day I'll find you,
Caelum says. Eduardo looks at him for a long time. Then he steps back. The iron door swings shut. The lock turns. His footsteps climb the stairs and fade. Dark. Not partial dark. Not the shadow of a room with curtains drawn. The complete absence of light. So total that Caelum's eyes will not adjust because there is nothing to adjust to. His hands are shaking. They started when Eduardo closed the door, and they have not stopped. He presses them flat against the cold stone and holds them there until the shaking becomes a tremor, and the tremor becomes something he can control, barely, by pressing harder. Caelum sits on the floor with his back against the wall. The stone is wet through his shirt. His ribs ache where the soldier hit him. His knees feel swollen from striking the marble. There is blood in his mouth where his teeth cut the inside of his cheek during the struggle, and he spits it onto the floor and listens to the small sound it makes in the silence. He reaches inside his shirt. The page is there, folded twice, tucked against his chest where it has been since this morning, protected by the stiff fabric of the tuxedo. The paper is old and soft at the creases. He unfolds it carefully because the folds are beginning to tear, and one day the page will separate along those lines, and he will lose the only piece of her he still has with him. Caelum cannot read the words. The dark is absolute, but he knows them. Valentino wrote them when he was 7, and he has read them enough times that the sentences live in a place that does not require light. The little lion fell into a deep, deep pit. The walls were smooth and steep, and there was no way to climb. He tried his claws. He tried his teeth. He tried jumping as high as he could. Nothing worked. So the little lion sat down and looked up. Far above him, there was a circle of light. Caelum's finger finds the illustration at the bottom of the page. Valentina drew it in ink. The small lion sitting at the bottom of the pit, its mane too big for its head, its eyes wide and bright, looking upward. Around it, the curved walls rise. Above, the circle she drew for the opening is slightly uneven, because Valentina never could draw a perfect circle, and refused to use a compass. Caelum traces the lion's head, its mane, the uneven circle above it. The paper is warm from his body. The stone beneath him is cold. Caelum folds the page along its old creases and presses it back against his chest.
Chapter 3. Elowyn. 2 days after her brother takes the Orsini house, Elowyn watches one of his guards carry a dog bowl down the kitchen stairs. The bowl is dented metal with a rubber ring on the bottom to keep it from sliding. Elowyn recognizes it because they had one like it for their dog when she was 8. The guard, heavy, unshaven, smelling like the cigars Cristiano keeps in the study, laughs at something the second guard says. The second guard scrapes leftover pasta into the bowl, adds something from a container near the bin that Elowyn and Atonin identify but can smell from 10 feet away, and stirs it with the handle of a wooden spoon. They both laugh again. Elowyn follows at a distance and stops where the service stairs turn. Below her, the dog bowl scrapes against stone as it is pushed through the bars. One of them says something she cannot make out. The other says, louder,
Eat it or don't, nobody cares.
Their laughter echoes off the corridor walls. Elowyn presses herself against the stairwell and waits. Their boots come back up, heavy, unhurried, confident that no one is watching what they do down here. Elowyn counts to 60 after the kitchen door closes. Then she wraps bread, cheese, and 2 pieces of cold chicken in a cloth napkin, takes a sealed bottle of water from the case Cristiano had delivered yesterday, and goes down. The staircase is steep and poorly lit. The air changes halfway down, warmer at first, then sharply colder, carrying damp stone and a harsh chemical smell. The basement corridor is long. Iron doors line one side. Most are open and empty. The last one is closed, but the front is barred rather than solid. An iron gate with gaps wide enough to pass a bowl through. Cristiano had him moved here from wherever they kept him the first night. The guards need to be able to watch him, feed him, prove he is still alive. Caelum is sitting against the back wall. One eye is swollen shut, his lip is split and crusted. The tuxedo from the party is gone, replaced by a stained undershirt and trousers that are not his. He does not look up when Elowyn stops at the bars. Elowyn sets the napkin on the floor and pushes it through the gap. Then the water bottle. He looks at the food, then at her.
Why are you here? We're not friends.
You were kind to me when you didn't have to be.
That was a coin in a photograph. It wasn't a dead.
People in power are never kind to the people below them. But you were.
His good eye studies Elowyn. She can feel him checking for the same things he checked the night of the party. Whether she is performing, whether someone sent her, whether this is another version of the cruelty being delivered in a different container.
The water is sealed,
Elowyn says.
You can hear the cap crack when you open it.
And the food?
Elowyn tears a piece of bread, eats it, and waits. He watches her chew and swallow. She pushes the rest back through.
Don't come back here, he says.
Elowyn leaves. She is on the stairs when she hears the water bottle's seal crack behind her. The guard who smokes takes his break at 11:15 every night. The kitchen door sticks if it is pulled instead of pushed. The third step from the bottom creaks unless she places her weight on the left side. Elowyn has come 6 times in 3 weeks, and each time she learns something that makes the next visit 30 seconds faster. Tonight the corridor sells different, sharper. When Elowyn reaches the bars, Caelum is sitting with his back against the side wall, his hands resting on his knees, palms up. Several of his fingers are bandaged. His hands tremble, but he keeps them where Elowyn can see them. Elowyn kneels and pushes the water bottle through first.
Did he ask about me?
He asked who keeps bringing the water.
What did you tell him?
That his guards are incompetent.
Elowen's throat tightens. He said that while someone was pulling his fingernails with pliers, or after, and either way, he kept her name out of his mouth.
He's looking.
Caelum says. His voice is flat.
Not hard yet, but he told the guards to watch the kitchen stairs at night.
I'll use the service entrance on the other side.
You should stop coming.
I'm not going to do that.
He leans his head back against the wall and closes his eyes. Arguing takes more energy than he has. Elowen opens the painkillers she took from the cabinet in Cristiano's bathroom. She has been taking 1 or 2 at a time, so the count drops slowly enough that no one notices. Tonight, she brings 3. She reaches through the bars and holds them flat on her palm. Caelum leans forward and takes them with his lips, because his fingers cannot close properly. Elowen holds the water bottle while he swallows. His mouth is dry enough that he needs 3 attempts.
I found something,
Elowen says. From inside her jacket, she pulls the journal. Soft brown leather, closed with a brass clasp that does not catch anymore. She found it in the library, tucked behind a row of botanical volumes on a shelf no one has dusted in years. Pressed white oleander flowers lie between some of the pages, dry and papery and still faintly sweet. One page near the front is missing, torn carefully along the spine, leaving a narrow strip of paper behind. Elowen opens the cover. The handwriting is neat and slanted, written in colored ink that has faded but not disappeared. For my little lion, even the bravest need a story to hold on to. Love always. Val. Caelum's face does not change, but his breathing does.
I'll keep it on this side,
Elowen says.
I can read through the bars.
He does not answer. Elowen takes that as permission. Elowen turns to the first complete story. The illustrations are done in ink and colored pencil. A small lion with a mane too large for its head, walking through a dark forest. The trees are drawn with careful detail, each branch distinct, each shadow deliberate. Valentina was a better artist than she was a writer, but the writing is warm and clear, and meant for someone she loved.
The Little Lion and the Locked Door,
Elowen reads. The story is simple. A young lion finds a door in the deepest part of the forest. The other animals tell him it is dangerous. The fox says the door leads nowhere. The owl says it leads somewhere worse. The lion is afraid, but he puts his paw on the handle and pushes. Behind the door, there is a garden. Not a dark garden or a magic garden, a living one, with sunlight and growing things and room to breathe. Bravery isn't the absence of fear. It's opening the door anyway. Elowen closes the journal. Caelum's shaking has slowed, but not stopped. His eyes are closed. His head rests against the stone wall. His breathing is more even than it was when Elowen arrived, though his hands still tremble on his knees.
Again,
He says. By the 4th month, Cristiano has stopped wearing a bandage beneath his shirts, but his left hand still drifts to his side when he turns too quickly at the table. He carves his steak with the focus of a man who believes the quality of his knife work reflects something about his character. Nora sits across from Elowen with a glass of wine she has not touched. The dining room chandelier throws the same hard light as the ones in the ballroom. Elowen tries not to remember what that light showed her on the night of the coup.
You look tired.
Cristiano says without looking up.
Are you sleeping?
Enough.
Nora says you've been reading late.
He glances at Elowen.
What are you reading?
Whatever is in the library.
He accepts this. Cristiano has never been interested in books.
Why do you keep him alive?
Elowyn asks. Nora's fork stops halfway to her mouth. She sets it down carefully and moves her hand to her lap, where Elowyn can see her fingers close around the cloth napkin and squeeze. She does not look at Elowyn. She does not look at Cristiano. She looks at the table between them, as if she is counting the seconds until this conversation ends. Cristiano's knife pauses. He does not look up.
A dead king becomes a legend. A broken one becomes a lesson.
He's not a king. He's 18.
He was going to inherit the authority I built.
Cristiano resumes cutting.
I am correcting that.
Are you happy?
Elowyn asks. Nora's hand tightens on the napkin. She opens her mouth as if to redirect the conversation, then closes it again. Cristiano sets down his fork. He looks at his plate for several seconds.
Happy is for people who don't carry the weight of 1,000 men's ambitions.
For a moment, he sounds tired rather than powerful. He picks up a piece of bread, tears it, and sets the larger half on Elowyn's plate, the way he used to when they were children, and he thought she was not eating enough.
You're too thin,
he says.
I'm fine.
You are not fine. You are my sister, and you are living in the finest house in this city, and you have not smiled since the party.
He looks at Elowyn directly.
That will pass.
Will it?
His face closes. The brother disappears. The man who shot 5 people on a marble floor looks back at Elowyn.
Do not mention him to me again.
Elowyn finishes her bread and asks to be excused. He lets her go. 7 months after the coup, Elowyn's birthday. Cristiano gives her a gold bracelet for her birthday. It is beautiful, and she did not choose it. He clasps it around her wrist at breakfast and tells her she looks like their mother, which is the second time he has said that this year. And Elowyn wonders whether he keeps saying it because he believes it, or because he is trying to build a version of her that belongs to a family that no longer exists. Elowyn thanks him. She eats the breakfast Nora prepared. She carries a piece of chocolate cake downstairs, wrapped in a napkin, the frosting smeared against the cloth. Before Elowyn reaches the last step, Caelum is already standing.
You knew it was me.
You put your weight on the left side of the 3rd step.
I do that because the other side creaks.
I know.
His face is thinner. His hair is longer, pushed back from his forehead. His shoulders look harder than they did in the autumn, built by whatever exercises he does in the space between the cot and the wall. His fingernails have scarred over, pink and ridged, and his grip has mostly returned, though he still favors his left hand. He takes the cake through the bars and eats it with his fingers. He does not rush, but he leaves nothing.
Happy birthday,
he says. It is the first time he has offered Elowyn something without being asked.
Thank you.
Elowyn looks at the frosting smeared across the napkin.
It's supposed to have candles.
I'd have blown them out for you.
Through the bars?
It's difficult to miss from here.
Elowyn laughs before she can stop herself. He wipes his hands on his trousers and looks at the wall.
Sometimes I wish you wouldn't show me good things. Sometimes I just want to drown.
Elowyn presses her back against the bars and sits on the floor. The stone is cold through her dress.
I need you to survive,
Elowyn says.
Why?
Because he is the only person in this house who knows what Cristiano did and does not pretend it was necessary. Because his survival is the one thing Elowyn has chosen that her brother did not arrange. Because if he dies down here, the last honest thing in this building dies with him, and she will be alone with the version of her brother who executes men on marble floors and gives her gold bracelets at breakfast.
Because I do,
Elowyn says, which is not enough, but it is true.
I don't know if I would want to survive without you.
Then promise me you won't stop trying.
His eyes move away from hers.
Caelum,
I can't promise you years.
I didn't ask for years.
What are you asking for?
Tomorrow. Promise me you'll still be here tomorrow.
He looks down at his damaged hands.
Tomorrow.
He says.
And after that?
Ask me again.
The pipes knock overhead. Boots cross the kitchen floor, muffled by the ceiling. Elowyn reaches into her jacket and pulls out Valentina's journal. She has been keeping it in her room, hidden behind the radiator where the wall panel is loose.
Your sister wrote these for you,
Elowyn says.
They should be with you.
Elowyn pushes the journal through the bars. He takes it carefully. His scarred fingers move over the leather cover, the broken clasp, the edges of the pages. He opens it and touches the place where the missing page was torn from the spine. His thumb rests there for a moment. Then he closes the journal and holds it against his chest with both hands, the way someone holds something that was lost and has come back damaged, but still whole.
Read me another one,
he says. Elowyn sits closer to the bars. He opens the journal and angles it toward the corridor light, and she reads until the guard's boots start down the kitchen stairs, and she has to leave. Near the end of the first year, the rumor reaches Elowyn in pieces. A name said too quietly near the garden gate. 2 guards reassigned to the east perimeter without explanation. Cristiano making 3 phone calls in one evening and raising his voice during the last one. Salvatore Orsini. The guards do not say he is alive. They say he might be. They say men have been seen. They say Cristiano doubled the night watch and moved weapons from the study safe to the front hall closet. One guard says the extra men were sent to the east wing. Another corrects him and says they are covering the service passage. They stop talking when Elowyn enters the hall. Elowyn tells Caelum that night. She repeats exactly what she heard, in the order she heard it. He listens without interrupting. His hand rests on Valentina's journal, which now lives on the cot beside him, a strip of cloth marking the story Elowyn read last. Its spine is cracked from use.
Rumors are the Syndicato's currency,
he says.
They're only real when they show up with guns.
Cristiano is afraid.
Cristiano is always afraid. That's why he keeps me alive.
You think Salvatore survived?
I think Cristiano heard something he believes.
That sounds like hope.
No, it sounds like information.
He pauses.
Which guards were moved to the east perimeter?
The 2 who usually take the front gate at night. I don't know their names.
One is heavy, smokes. The other is younger, keeps his sleeves rolled. Do they still rotate at midnight?
I think so. I heard boots at 12 when I was coming down.
And the weapons? He moved them from the study?
To the front hall. I saw the closet open.
Caelum sits on the edge of his cot. He opens the journal, but does not look at the pages. His eyes remain on the corridor beyond the bars.
Which corridor did he reinforce?
He asks.
The east wing or the service passage?
I don't know.
Find out.
Elowyn looks at the journal resting open across his knees.
You really think Salvatore is alive?
I think Cristiano is preparing for someone.
He closes the journal and sets it beside him.
Listen for the midnight rotation tomorrow,
he says.
Don't ask questions, just listen.
For the first time since Elowyn began coming downstairs, he does not ask her to read. Chapter 4. Elowyn. By the 2nd anniversary of the coup, Caelum knows which story Elowyn is carrying by the way she holds the journal against her coat. The visits have become precise. Elowyn knows which guard drinks on Tuesday nights and which one checks the service entrance only once before midnight. She knows the kitchen is empty between 11 and 11:20. She knows the third stair, the sticking door, the corridor that smells like lime in winter and like wet stone in summer. She brings bread, water, painkillers when she can find them, and Valentina's stories. Caelum exercises between her visits. Push-ups against the stone floor, squats in the narrow space beside his cot, his hands gripping the bars overhead for pull-ups that leave rust on his palms. He is leaner than last year. His shoulders are harder. His damaged fingernails have grown back, ridged and uneven, and his grip has returned enough that he turns the journal pages himself now, though he still waits for her to read. Salvatore remains a rumor. Cristiano has added 2 men to the night perimeter. Tonight, Aelwyn finds Caelum sitting against the wall, with his arms wrapped around his ribs. His face is bruised, one shoulder is marked from another interrogation, and every breath is careful. Aelwyn pushes the water through first, then the painkillers.
How bad?
Ribs! Nothing broken, I think.
Aelwyn waits while he swallows the pills. His hands shake. He holds the bottle with both palms because his fingers will not steady. Aelwyn sits against the bars on her side and begins reciting from memory because he cannot focus on the page. The Little Lion and the Sparrow. She has read it enough times that she no longer needs the book. When she finishes, his breathing has deepened. His eyes are closed. His head rests against the wall. He reaches one hand through the bars, palm up, scarred across the center where the iron left its mark during the months he gripped the bars while standing. Aelwyn takes his hand. His fingers close around hers. Then she lifts his palm and presses her mouth to the center of it. His skin is rough and warm, and his pulse beats against her lips. She presses his open hand flat against the center of her chest, over her heartbeat, through the fabric of her shirt.
This beats for you,
Aelwyn says. His fingers spread against her chest. He does not move them. He does not pull away.
I dream about kissing you,
he says. The words are quiet. He says them the way he says everything now, directly, without decoration, because captivity has stripped the excess from his speech, the way it has stripped the excess from his body.
All my firsts are yours,
Aelwyn says.
All my firsts are yours, too.
He leans forward until his face is close to the bars. Aelwyn feels his breath on her cheek. Then his lips, cracked, dry, careful, press against her cheekbone through the gap in the iron. The kiss lasts 2 seconds. It is the first kiss she has chosen.
Well,
Cristiano's voice comes from behind her, from the bottom of the stairs. Aelwyn turns. He stands in the corridor with one guard behind him. The guard is the heavy man who smokes behind the kitchen. He watches the floor instead of looking at her. Cristiano did not guess. The guard saw her come down and went to wake him. He is wearing the trousers he sleeps in and a shirt he has not buttoned. His eyes move from Aelwyn's face to Caelum's hand, still extended through the bars, to the water bottle and the empty painkiller packet on the floor.
You'd choose an Orsini over your own blood?
Yes.
The word leaves Aelwyn's mouth before she can soften it. She does not want to soften it. Cristiano crosses the corridor, takes her arm, and pulls her away from the bars.
Don't hurt her,
Caelum says.
Take me instead.
Cristiano looks from him to Aelwyn and orders the guard to open Caelum's cell. Aelwyn will not give the punishment a scene. She remembers only the locked gate, Caelum calling her name, and her brother warning that every future visit will have a price. Later, Nora finds Aelwyn shaken and bruised. She helps her change her shirt, cleans the marks with a damp cloth, and waits until she can breathe normally.
You're going to try to get him out,
she says.
Yes.
Cristiano will kill you both.
He's already killing him.
Nora folds the cloth. She sets the ointment on the nightstand. She sits beside Elowin on the bed and looks at the wall.
The old iron key is on his ring, second from the left. The ring sits on top of his trousers when he sleeps.
Nora.
The guard on the rear service door drinks after midnight on Thursdays. He checks the lock at 12:15 and then goes to the kitchen. The door stays unlatched until he returns at 1.
Come with us.
She shakes her head.
If I'm missing, he'll know within minutes. If I'm here, I can keep him from checking the basement until you reach the wall.
She stands. At the door, she pauses.
You have one chance. Don't waste it.
2 nights later, Nora enters Elowin's room before dawn. Her hair is loose, and her hands are shaking hard enough that the key taps against the gold bracelet on Elowin's wrist when she presses it into her palm.
He moved when I took it,
she whispers.
I thought he was awake.
Does he know?
I put the ring back exactly where I found it.
The key is longer than Elowin's hand and cold from being carried through the corridor. Nora closes Elowin's fingers around it.
Thursday,
she says.
Not before. That is the only night the rear door will stay open long enough.
Elowin hides the key beneath her mattress before either of them speaks again. Thursday, 12:20 in the morning. Elowin takes the key from beneath her mattress. The basement corridor is dark. Caelum is standing when she reaches the bars, which means he heard her footsteps on the stairs and knew it was her. His face is swollen on the left side. He holds his ribs when he breathes.
What are you doing?
Elowin holds up the key.
No.
He grips the bars.
If he catches you.
He already caught me. He already beat me. Staying does not protect either of us anymore.
The key turns in the lock. The sound is louder than Elowin expected. Old iron grinding against old iron. The gate swings open. Elowin pulls the key from the lock. Caelum takes it from her and slips it into his pocket before reaching for her hand. For the first time in nearly 2 years, there is nothing between them. He steps through the doorway and stops close enough that their sleeves nearly touch. Elowin takes his hand. His fingers close around hers immediately.
The journal,
Elowin says. He reaches back to the cot and slides Valentina's journal from beneath the thin mattress. He puts it inside his shirt against his stomach. They move through the basement corridor, up the service stairs, through the dark kitchen. The rear service door is unlatched. The night air hits Elowin's face, and she has to stop herself from gasping, because after the basement, the cold feels like being struck. The grounds are dark. Caelum leads, moving along the tree line where the exterior lights leave shadows wide enough to walk through. His hand stays on hers. He is slower than he should be. His ribs limit how fast he can move, and twice he stops to listen before changing direction. They pass the orangery. The cracked glass catches what little moonlight there is, and through the broken panes, the white oleander is visible, overgrown and tangled. Caelum's stride breaks for one step. His head turns toward it. Then he faces forward and keeps moving. The perimeter wall is stone, 8 feet high, running along the eastern edge of the property. There is a service gate 200 meters to their left. Caelum starts toward it. A guard dog rushes from the right and knocks Caelum to the ground. He uses the iron key to force the animal back long enough for them to run, but the delay has already exposed them. 2 guards reach the wall first. One catches Elowin's arm, and she falls hard against the stone. Pain flashes through her right wrist, immediate and severe. Caelum tries to reach her. A stun device drops him before he can. Cristiano orders them return to neighboring cells. Valentina's journal is thrown in after Caelum, and he crawls to protect it. Elowen's wrist is swelling. Caelum asks for a doctor. Cristiano refuses and orders a burst of cold water into her cell as punishment. The force sends her to the floor, where she curls around the injured wrist. Caelum shouts for them to stop. After several seconds, Cristiano raises his hand and the water ends. The guards leave. Elowen is soaked and shaking, but conscious. Water runs toward the corridor drain while Caelum calls her name through the bars.
Elowen!
Caelum's voice, from the other side of the bars. Elowen cannot answer. Her teeth are chattering too hard.
Dove.
The word stops her. Not her name. Something else.
Why?
Elowen manages.
Because you call to a peaceful place deep inside me.
Elowen hears the journal's cover open, pages turning. His hands are shaking too. She can hear the paper rustling unevenly. He begins to read.
The Little Lion and the River.
His voice is rough. He stops once to breathe, loses his place, finds it again.
The little lion came to a river that was wide and fast, and louder than anything he had ever heard. He sat on the bank and watched the water rush past, and believed it wanted to carry him away.
He pauses, turns a page.
But the oldest fish in the river surfaced and said, I am not trying to take you. I am trying to reach somewhere. Even the river wants to reach the sea.
Elowen's shaking slows. Through the iron, she sees him sitting on his cot, with the journal open on his knees, and his injured forearm wrapped in cloth. Elowen reaches her unbroken hand through the bars. His fingers find hers.
Together forever,
he says.
Together forever. I won't ever leave you.
Chapter 5. Caelum. 8 months after Cristiano locks Elowen beside him, Caelum knows every sound she makes in the dark. Her breathing when she sleeps is shallow and uneven. She wakes 4 or 5 times a night, sometimes more, when the guards have left the lights on for days. Her breathing when she is in pain is slower, deliberate, controlled through her nose because she learned early that gasping makes her ribs worse. Her breathing when she is afraid stops entirely for 2 or 3 seconds before it resumes. Caelum knows the sound of her shifting on the cot to protect her wrist. The right one healed wrong. The angle is visible even in bad light. The joint bends slightly inward where the bones set crooked, and 3 of her fingers go numb when the basement is cold. She cannot fully close that hand. She keeps it tucked against her stomach when guards enter the corridor, shielding it with her body, the way she shields the food he passes through the bars. Valentina's journal stays beneath his mattress. He reads from it when one of them cannot sleep, which is most nights. The pages are soft from handling. A pressed oleander flower marks the last story he read aloud. The brass clasp broke months ago. They have learned to speak without speaking. 2 taps on the bars means he is awake. 3 means someone is coming. Silence after a guard leaves means he is hurt, but he will manage. Her fingers reaching through the dividing wall means she needs him closer. The guards bring food twice a day and use isolation, light, and cold to control them. Cristiano's interrogations sometimes leave Caelum unable to stand. But Elowen counts his breaths when he returns, and he counts hers. Her fingers find his through the bars. He holds them until one of them sleeps. Today, the inspection guard arrives at the usual time. He carries a clipboard and a log sheet. A cheap pen is clipped to his shirt pocket. He has entered the cell block dozens of times over these months. A heavy-set man with a shaved head and a sour smell, who checks the water level in their bottles and marks something on his sheet. He stops outside Elowen's cell. He does not look at the clipboard. He looks at Caelum. Then, he puts the key in the lock. The gate opens inward. Elowen is on her cot. She pulls her knees up immediately.
Move away from the bars,
the guard says to her. He steps inside and lets the gate swing half-closed behind him. Caelum is already at the dividing wall. His hands are on the iron. Elowen stands. She backs toward the bars that separate their cells, toward Caelum, because it is the only direction that is not toward him.
He can watch,
the guard says. Elowen fights when the guard reaches for her. He shoves her toward the wall, and Caelum catches him through the dividing bars before he can continue. The clipboard falls. A pen rolls within reach. Caelum uses the opening to stop him. The struggle is brief, desperate, and final. When he collapses, Caelum pulls Elowen to the bars and keeps his hand against the back of her head.
Dove.
She looks at him.
Stay with me.
The other guards remove him before nightfall. Neither of them speaks about what happened. Caelum reads from the journal until Elowen's breathing steadies. Elowen does not eat that day either. That night, her voice comes through the dark.
I don't want to die. I just don't know how to keep living here.
Caelum reaches through the bars. Her fingers find his.
Stay with me for 1 minute.
She breathes.
Now another.
Silence. Then, her fingers tighten. An explosion shakes dust from the ceiling. The light fails. Upstairs, gunfire and shouted orders move through the house.
Caelum.
Stay against the back wall.
A frightened guard comes down with the cell keys. When he opens Caelum's gate, Caelum disarms him and locks him inside instead. He opens Elowen's cell, takes her good hand, and leads her toward the service stairs. Emergency lights color the corridor red. Smoke hangs in the main hall. Armed loyalists move from room to room, securing the estate. At the center of them stands Salvatore. He crosses the hall and embraces Caelum. Caelum's body locks, and he releases him immediately, hands open.
I'm sorry it took so long, nephew.
3 years.
I know.
His soldiers bring Cristiano forward, with his hands restrained. Salvatore turns to Caelum.
He's yours, Caelum. What you do now will define your reign.
Someone brings the old Orsini branding iron from above the hearth. It is heated before Caelum fully understands what he has ordered. Caelum takes it and looks at Cristiano. Then he sees Elowen behind him, exhausted, injured, and watching to learn what freedom will make of him. Caelum lowers the iron.
No,
he says.
Put it away.
Cristiano will answer for what he did, but Caelum will not begin his rule by reputing it.
Take him to the basement, the last cell.
Caelum closes the gate himself and puts the key in his pocket. Caelum's cell. The one with the narrow cot and the damp stone, and the toilet with no seat, and the chemical smell that never leaves. Caelum follows them down. Cristiano does not struggle. The soldiers push him through the gate. Caelum closes it himself. The iron is cold under his hand. The lock turns with the same sound it always made. Old metal grinding against old metal. Caelum puts the key in his pocket. The field doctor works in the downstairs drawing room. Salvatore's people have cleared the furniture and laid sheets across the long table. 3 wounded loyalists sit against the wall waiting their turn. The doctor is a short man with steady hands and no interest in conversation. He looks at Caelum's ribs, the bite wound on his arm, the grime of the escape. He cleans what he can and tells Caelum to sit still, which he does not do, because he has turned to Elowin. He reaches for her wrist. Caelum catches his arm before he touches her.
No one touches her but me.
Salvatore's voice comes from the doorway.
Let the doctor work, nephew. Stubbornness isn't the same as protection.
Caelum does not move. Elowin looks at him. Her eyes are steady, which is remarkable given everything else about her that is not.
Let him,
she says. Caelum releases the doctor's arm. The doctor examines Elowin's wrist and explains that it healed out of position. With her permission, he numbs it, corrects the alignment, and secures it in a rigid splint. She grips Caelum's hand until the procedure is over.
Keep it elevated tonight,
the doctor says.
I'll check it in the morning.
He moves to the next patient. Elowin sits on the table with her splinted wrist resting on her lap. Her breathing is evening out. She leans slightly toward Caelum and he braces his arm beneath her weight. Salvatore offers them rooms upstairs. Clean beds. Locked doors if they want them.
Leave the door open,
Caelum says. They give them a room on the second floor. Elowin lies on the bed with her splinted wrist propped on a pillow. She is asleep within minutes. Real sleep. Deep and still. The kind Caelum has not heard from her in months. Caelum sits in the chair beside the bed, where he can see her face and the open doorway at the same time. The key to Cristiano's cell is in his pocket. He presses his thumb against its teeth. The hallway is lit. Soldiers pass occasionally. No one closes the door. The door stays open, and Caelum counts her breaths until morning.
Chapter 6. Elowin. The first night after the basement, Elowin sleeps in a bed because her body gives out. The second night, she chooses the floor. The carpet is thin and the stone beneath it is cold, but the bed is too soft and too high, and she wakes every time she sinks into the mattress because sinking means the water is back. On the floor, she can feel the wall behind her and hear the door. Caelum sits in the chair by the open doorway with a pistol on his knee. Neither of them suggests closing it. Her splinted wrist aches when the temperature drops at night. 3 fingers stay numb until she flexes them for several minutes each morning. The doctor checks it every 2 days. He says the bone is holding, but the swelling will take weeks. She drinks the pain medication he leaves, and it makes her tired enough to sleep for 3 hours at a time, which is more than Caelum manages. Elowin hides bread inside the pillowcase. She knows there is food in the kitchen. She takes it anyway. Caelum checks the windows before dawn and after dark. He keeps Cristiano's cell key in his pocket. He sleeps armed. When someone knocks, he is on his feet before the second knock, his hand already reaching. On the third morning, Salvatore finds him in the corridor and tells him the captains are waiting. Territory is unsettled. Oaths need renewing. The formal mark of office needs to be completed. Caelum looks back at Elowin through the open door. She is sitting on the floor with her wrist propped on a folded blanket.
Go,
Elowin says. He goes. The tattoo is done in the study, with the curtains drawn. A man with a machine and black ink works on the inside of Caelum's left forearm, while 3 captains wait in the corridor. Elowin sits in the corner because Caelum asked her to stay, though he did not use the word ask. He said,
"Sit where I can see you."
The needle traces the design while the artist wipes away excess ink and continues. Caelum does not move. His jaw is set and his breathing stays even, and he watches the ink go in the way he watches everything now. Tracking the motion, measuring the thread, filing it. The Orsini crest takes shape on his forearm. When it is finished, the skin is swollen and raw, and the man wraps it in gauze. Caelum rolls down his sleeve and walks into the corridor where the captains are standing. They straighten when they see him. That is the last morning he spends entirely with Eowyn. Within the first week, Caelum has renewed every captain's oath. He issues orders from the study Cristiano used. Men arrive, wait, leave when dismissed. Salvatore stands beside him for the first 2 days, then behind him, then near the door. By the 5th day, Salvatore watches from across the hall. At night, Caelum goes to the basement. The first visits are interrogations. He returns silent, carrying the strain in his hands and shoulders. By the 2nd week, Eowyn hears Cristiano shout through the floor and stops asking how long Caelum stays. On the 9th night, Eowyn follows. Cristiano is restrained inside the open cell. Caelum stands in the doorway with the same belt Cristiano once used to frighten them wrapped around his fist.
Caelum?
He looks at her.
Come upstairs.
Not yet.
If you use that, he still controls what you become.
The belt loosens in his hand. He does not strike, but he does not come with her either, and the distance between them follows her up the stairs. Soon he begins leaving on enforcement missions. Each time he returns, more closed off, and the soldiers in the corridor learn not to meet his eyes. Eowyn hears the name for the first time from a guard outside their door, speaking to another guard who does not know she is listening.
The wraith cleared the warehouse by the river.
The second time she hears it, a captain says it to Salvatore in the corridor. The name does not describe the person who read to her through the bars. Eowyn tries 5 times before she confronts him. She asks him to sleep, to eat, to stay away from the basement, to let the doctors treat him, and to tell her where he goes at night. Each attempt reaches a wall. The night she stops trying small things, he comes back from a private fight bruised and exhausted.
You're becoming like my brother. Like your father. Don't you see?
He crosses the room and grips her shoulders too hard.
I am nothing like them.
Eowyn's body goes rigid. He feels it and releases her at once.
Every night you go down there,
Eowyn says.
less of you comes back.
He hurt you.
He cannot hurt me from that cell. But he can still shape you.
Eowyn steps away.
I know you're still in there. I can't reach you while you keep opening that door.
He takes his jacket and leaves. Eowyn stands alone, knowing that love cannot make this choice for him. Nora comes the next morning. She has been staying in a room on the 3rd floor. She is thinner than before, and she moves carefully around the armed men in the corridors. But her hands are steady when she sits on the edge of Eowyn's bed.
He'll come after you,
she says. I know.
He'll come after both of us.
I know.
And you're still leaving?
I have to.
She has 2 bus tickets north under names that are not theirs. Cash from the kitchen safe, which Salvatore's men left unlocked during the transition. Plain clothes. A service exit behind the laundry that the morning guards leave unmonitored between 5 and 5:20 because the shift change runs late. Eowyn writes the letter at the desk with her left hand because the splint makes her right hand too stiff for small movements. The handwriting is uneven, some words slant. She does not rewrite it. Caelum. Eowyn can't watch him become what her brother made him. She can't be the reason he loses himself. She already lost one person she loves to this darkness. The brother who used to braid her hair and tell her monsters weren't real. He became one. She can't lose Caelum too. She knows he'll read this and believe she broke her promise. She knows how this will feel. She knows what leaving will cost her. She also knows what staying costs him, even if he can't see it yet. The person who read to her through the bars, who counted her breaths, who called her Dove. He is the person she loves. He is the person she needs to survive, not the one who comes back from the basement every night. This isn't goodbye. This is come find her when he's found himself. Eowyn. She folds it once and leaves it on the bed where he will see it. Caelum is on a mission. The guards outside the door believe Eowyn is asleep because Nora told them she took pain medication and asked not to be disturbed. They leave through the service exit at 7 minutes past 5. The morning is cold. They walk to the bus station, carrying nothing that could not fit in a shoulder bag. The bus pulls north. Eowyn watches the road behind them through the rear window until the manor disappears behind the ridge. Nora sits beside her with her hands folded in her lap. Eowyn does not feel free. She feels the distance beginning, stretching between them like something that will not stop pulling. The ticket says Portland.
Caelum. The house is quiet when Caelum returns. It is after 2. The corridor lights are on. The guards outside the bedroom door stand straighter when they see him, which is normal, but neither of them meets his eyes, which is not. Caelum opens the door. The bed is made. The floor where Eowyn sleeps is bare. No blanket, no pillow, no water bottle tucked against the wall. Her shoes are gone. The wardrobe is open and half the hangers are empty. The letter is on the bed. Folded once. Her handwriting, uneven, slanting left, written with the wrong hand. Caelum reads the first line. He reads it again. He searches the room, the bathroom, the corridor. He takes the stairs 2 at a time and checks Nora's room. Empty. Closet cleaned out. Bed stripped. Caelum returns to the bedroom and reads the letter from the beginning. Eowyn can't watch him become what her brother made him. She can't be the reason he loses himself. She already lost one person she loves to this darkness. The brother who used to braid her hair and tell her monsters weren't real. He became one. She can't lose Caelum too. This isn't goodbye. This is come find her when he's found himself. Together forever. That is what she said. Through the bars, with her fingers locked in his, while the water still ran across the cell floor. Together forever. She won't ever leave him. Caelum folds the letter. He sets it on the nightstand. Then he picks up the chair and throws it against the wall. The desk follows. He overturns the bed and tears the curtain from its rod. He stops only when the room is wrecked, and there is nothing left to blame except himself. Caelum kneels in the disorder, with her letter in his hand. For the first time since Valentina, he cries. Caelum folds the letter and places it inside his jacket, beside Cristiano's cell key. Within 3 days, soldiers are checking roads, ports, stations, and hospitals. Every false lead becomes another reason to widen the search. Caelum commissions a portrait from memory and hangs it in the study. He has 7 decommissioned rounds from the manor armory forged into a black signet ring. The outside is smooth. The inside remains rough. A reminder rather than a wound. The East Corridor becomes a record of names and evidence connected to Cristiano's remaining allies. Not trophies, but cases that still need answers. Day 1 without her. Day 2. Day 7. Caelum stops crossing them off and starts counting forward. The search expands north. Nora planned carefully. Cash, ordinary transport, No phones, no trail. Every lead dissolves. Caelum sends more men. He widens the radius. Caelum will find her. He tells himself he can force the ending, even though some part of him already knows that choice cannot be stolen without destroying what he wants back.
Chapter 7. Caelum. On the 913th day, Caelum finds Aelwyn cutting dead wood from a living oleander. The nursery greenhouse sits at the end of a gravel lot outside Portland. A winter storm broke 3 of the roof panels and bent the aluminium framework inward, and someone has covered the gaps with blue tarps that snap when the wind picks up. Grow lights hang from the surviving crossbeams. Through the glass that remains, Caelum can see rows of potted seedlings, a long wooden bench stacked with soil bags and shears, and Aelwyn. Her hair is longer, past her shoulders now, tied back with something Caelum cannot see. Copper red under the grow lights. She grips the base of a dead stem, positions the shears, and cuts without hesitation. The dead wood drops into a bucket at her feet. She reaches for the next stem without looking down. She is alone. The section closest to the parking lot is empty, except for pallets of terracotta pots and a hand truck with a flat tire. Caelum closes his fist around the bullet ring. The rough interior bites into his finger. Her right wrist bends when she works the shears. Healed. Functional. On the night they were freed, a field doctor reset that bone while she crushed Caelum's hand hard enough to leave marks. She looks like someone who eats regularly, sleeps in a room with a door she chose to close, and has not been hit in a long time. Her shoulders sit lower than Caelum has ever seen them. Her cheeks are fuller. Fear no longer keeps her mouth tight. Caelum stops at the greenhouse door with his hand on the latch. If he opens it, the 913 days collapse, and the ordinary morning she built without him ends. Caelum opens the door. The latch clicks. Aelwyn's head turns toward the sound. Her eyes find the doorway, find Caelum, and her entire body goes still. The shears clatter against the bench. Her elbow catches a seedling pot and it wobbles, spilling loose soil across the wood. Her lips part. She grips the edge of the bench behind her.
Caelum.
Caelum steps inside. The air is warm and damp, heavy with the smell of wet soil and cut stems. Water drips from one of the tarps into a plastic bucket near the wall.
913 days, Aelwyn.
She does not move from the bench. Her knuckles are white where she grips it. Soil is packed beneath her fingernails. She wears a canvas apron over a dark shirt. Dried mud cakes the soles of her boots. She looks more whole than Caelum has ever seen her.
How did you find me?
I kept looking.
You weren't supposed to come.
You told me to find you.
Her jaw tightens. I told you to find yourself.
Caelum moves closer. Her eyes drop to the tattoo at his wrist, then the bullet ring, then his face, the scar across his left eyebrow, the weight he has gained since the basement, the way he fills the doorway behind him.
You found me.
She says.
That isn't the same thing.
Caelum stops less than an arm's length away. She presses back into the bench. A tray of seedlings shifts, and soil spills over the edge and hits the concrete floor.
You left while I was gone. You packed a bag. You got on a bus. You didn't leave an address.
I left a letter.
I know what you left.
Her breathing changes. She looks past Caelum toward the door, and he can see her measuring the distance.
Don't,
Caelum says. She looks at him again. Her chin lifts.
Don't what?
Caelum takes her hands. She tries to pull them back, and he holds them. He is careful with her right wrist. The bones feel solid under her skin, but The memory of the break makes him grip her left hand harder instead. He presses both of her palms against his temples and holds them there.
You are in here so deeply. I thought about putting a bullet through my skull just to bleed you out.
The color drains from her face. She tries to pull her hands free, and Caelum holds them.
Don't say that to me.
She whispers.
Don't ever say that to me.
It's done. I'm saying it.
Let go of my hands.
Caelum brings them down from his temples and presses them flat against his chest, over the place where his heart hits his ribs. The bullet ring digs into his finger where their hands overlap.
And you're in there. The only reason it keeps beating.
She stops pulling. Her palms are flat against his shirt, and Caelum can feel her fingers curl slightly, the way they used to curl through the bars when she reached for him. Then she pulls both hands free and steps sideways, putting the bench between them.
Were there other women?
The question comes out quiet. She's looking at the bucket of dead stems.
Yes.
Her hand goes still on the bench.
How many?
Many.
Caelum wants the answer to hurt. She looks at the dirt beneath her nails. When she speaks again, her voice is flatter.
Did any of them make you forget me? No.
She nods once. It is a small movement, barely there. And then she folds her arms across her chest and steps back until her shoulders touch the glass wall of the greenhouse. A crack runs through the pane behind her head.
You're coming home,
Caelum tells her.
That isn't my home.
It is now.
No!
She shakes her head.
I have a job. I have a room. I have a life that doesn't involve...
She gestures at Caelum, at the door, at whatever she can see beyond the lot.
This. Any of this.
You had a life. I'm here now.
Caelum, I am not going with you.
You are. Jep.
She moves toward the far end of the bench. Caelum steps into the path before she reaches it. She stops.
You have men outside,
she says, not a question.
Yes.
She looks through the glass toward the parking lot. One of Caelum's men stands beside the waiting vehicle. Another blocks the nursery entrance. Her shoulders lower. Caelum takes her coat from the hook by the door. He picks up the small canvas bag beneath it. She watches him do this without moving.
Take my arm or walk ahead of me,
Caelum says.
Either way, we're leaving.
She walks ahead of Caelum. She does not take his arm. She does not look at the oleanders when she passes them. The drive to the airfield takes 40 minutes. She sits on the far side of the back seat, with dirt still beneath her nails, and her hands folded in her lap. She watches Portland pass through the window and does not speak. Caelum watches her. The bullet ring presses against his finger when he closes his fist on his knee. The jet is fueled and waiting. The cabin is narrow enough that her shoulder nearly touches Caelum's when they sit, and she shifts toward the window to maintain the gap. The engines start, and the pressure change during ascent makes her swallow hard. A glass of water sits untouched on the tray between them. Once they reach altitude, Caelum calls to Maso.
The wedding happens in 10 days.
A pause on the line.
Does she know?
She will.
Caelum hangs up. Elowen turns from the window.
What wedding?
Ours.
I didn't agree to that.
I know.
You don't get to decide that.
I already have.
She unbuckles her seatbelt and stands, but the aisle is short and there is nowhere to go that isn't the bathroom or the cockpit door. She stands anyway, her arms tight across her chest.
I am not marrying you.
Your consent is a courtesy I no longer feel compelled to extend.
Her mouth opens, then closes. She looks at the cabin door before bringing her eyes back to Caelum.
That is exactly why I left.
And I brought you back.
You took every choice I had.
You used your last choice to leave me.
That doesn't give you the rest of them.
I'm not losing you again.
You already are.
Her voice drops.
10 days does not make this real. You can put a ring on my hand and stand me in front of a priest, and it still won't be real because I didn't choose it.
You'll be there.
That isn't the same thing, and you know it.
I know you'll be safe.
Safe.
She almost laughs.
You're calling this safe. You dragged me out of my job. You have men in the parking lot. You're flying me across the country to marry you without asking me. This is what I ran from.
You ran because you were scared.
I ran because you stopped listening.
Her hands drop to her sides.
I am telling you right now that forcing me to stay is not the same as keeping me. I am telling you that a wedding I didn't agree to is not a marriage. And you're not hearing any of it.
I hear you.
Then cancel it.
No.
She moves toward the back of the cabin. Caelum stands and steps into the aisle. She stops. Her hand comes up, palm flat toward him.
Don't touch me.
Caelum puts his hand against the side of her neck. She flinches. His thumb rests against her jaw, and he can feel her pulse hammering. Caelum bites the side of her neck where it meets her shoulder. Hard. Brief. His teeth close on skin, and he holds for 2 seconds before releasing. She gasps. Her hand slams against his chest and shoves him back. Caelum gives ground. The skin is already red, the crescent of his teeth rising above her collar. She touches the bite with her fingertips and winces. Her eyes are bright and furious.
Don't touch me again.
Elohim.
A mark does not make me yours.
Her voice is steady and cold.
Nothing you do tonight makes me yours.
Caelum does not apologize. He sits down. She sits only when the pilot announces their descent. She buckles herself in, turns toward the window, and keeps 2 fingers against the mark, while the Los Angeles lights spread below them. The car from the airfield takes them through the gate and up the long gravel drive. Elowen leans forward when the headlights reach the fountain. The marble figure stands in the center of the basin. White stone, a woman's figure, one arm extended toward the house. The sculptor worked from the portrait Caelum commissioned, and from his descriptions, the way she held her shoulders, the length of her fingers, the angle of her jaw. It is close. It is not perfect. Memory softened things that should have stayed sharp.
I didn't have a single photograph of you, so I had you carved from memory.
Elowen stares at the statue until the car passes it and stops at the front steps. When she gets out, she looks back at the fountain once more.
That isn't me,
She says quietly.
It's what I had.
You told a stranger how I stood? How my hands looked?
I told him what I remembered.
She looks at the statue again. The color in her skin makes her look nothing like the white marble. The sculptor gave the figure a straight back and an open hand. Elowen's shoulders are drawn inward, and her hands are fists.
That should not make this better,
She says.
It wasn't meant to.
She turns away from the fountain and walks toward the front steps without waiting for Caelum. Inside, the entrance hall is lit. The gallery has grown since Caelum mounted the first frame. 43 photographs now, black and white, each in an ornate gold frame. They line both walls of the corridor from the front door to the ballroom. Every man who sold information to Cristiano's remaining allies, every captain who refused to kneel, every threat Caelum removed, while counting the days until he found her. Elowen's steps slow 3 frames in. She stops in front of a photograph of a man with his eyes closed and his hands crossed over his chest, dressed in a suit he was not wearing when he died.
How many?
She asks.
Enough.
She moves to the next frame. A younger man. Then the next, older, heavier, a scar across his chin.
Did you kill all of them?
Some. I ordered the rest.
While you were looking for me.
Yes.
She looks down the corridor at the remaining frames. Her arms cross over her body. She does not raise her voice. She does not cry. She keeps walking, slower with each frame, without looking at the photographs again. Her eyes stay on the floor. The ballroom doors are open. Caelum has left them open every night since the liberation. Closed doors still make him count locks. The marble floor has been repaired and polished. A faint seam runs through the stone near the east column, the column where Caelum put Elowen behind him and told her not to move when the shooting began. The old clock still hangs above the far archway. Its minute hand sticks at the 14-minute mark before jerking forward. No one has fixed it. Elowen stops in the doorway. Her eyes find the east column. Her hand tightens on the doorframe. The thrones sit at the far end, where the long table used to be. Caelum's is dark iron, heavy, plain, bolted to a low platform. Beside it, slightly smaller, built from driftwood that was sanded smooth and left unfinished. Hers. It has been there for 11 months. Her hand rests on the frame. She looks at the iron throne, then at the driftwood one, then back at Caelum.
You built 2.
Yes.
Before you found me.
Yes.
You expected me to sit there.
I expected you to come back.
Did anyone tell you this was insane?
No.
Because they're afraid of you.
Because they obey me.
She does not enter the ballroom. She stands in the doorway, with one hand on the frame and the bite mark beginning to bruise on her neck and soil still beneath her fingernails.
I am the Capo dei Capi. In these walls, in my territory, my word is the only law that exists.
She looks at the driftwood throne. Then she looks at Caelum.
You found me.
She says.
Yes.
That wasn't all I asked you to find.
Chapter 8. Elowen. Francesca arrives with 6 white dresses and a measuring tape around her neck. 2 assistants follow her, carrying garment bags and a leather case of pins, chalk, and shears. Guards stand outside Elowen's bedroom door. The door itself is unlocked. Caelum made that clear last night. But the estate gates are not, and neither are the car doors without a driver's approval. The bite mark on her neck has darkened overnight into a bruised crescent, visible above any collar Francesca brought.
He specified white,
she says when Elowen asks whether there are other colors. She unzips the first bag without apology. 3 of the dresses are daytime cotton, practical and plain. 1 is heavier linen with a fitted waist. 1 is formal with long sleeves and a high neckline. The last is lighter, looser, with buttons down the front that Elowen could undo herself. Elowen chooses the buttoned one because she needs clothes and because the buttons are hers to open or close. Francesca holds the sleeve against Elowen's right arm and pauses at the wrist. Her fingers find the slight ridge where the bone healed. She adjusts the cuff, pins it, marks it with chalk. At the neckline, she looks at the bruise, moves 1 finger along the edge of the fabric, and shifts the collar a 1/4 inch higher.
The fitting for the gown is at my atelier, she says. Tommaso will drive you.
Tommaso holds the car door. Elowen sits behind him. He pulls away from the front steps and drives through the gate before speaking.
If you run again, I'll kill you.
Elowen watches the back of his head. His hands are steady on the wheel. He does not look at her in the mirror.
Would you?
I saw the room after he found your letter. The mirror was broken. The bed frame was bent. He was kneeling in the glass.
That doesn't give you the right.
No, it gives you the warning.
He does not speak again until they reach the atelier. Francesca's workspace is a converted warehouse with concrete floors and industrial lights. Fabric bolts line one wall. A raised platform stands beneath 3 angled mirrors. In the corner, separate from everything else, a single garment bag hangs from a steel rack. She unzips it. The gown is ivory silk, clean neckline, neither high nor low, fitted through the waist with long, narrow sleeves that end at the wrist bone. The skirt falls straight, with enough weight to move when Elowyn walks. Hidden buttons run down the back, small, fabric-covered, spaced close enough that they form a single line from the nape of the neck to the base of the spine. No beading, no lace, no ornament except the cut itself. Elowyn knows this dress. She described it through prison bars on a night when Caelum asked what she would choose if she ever picked her own. She was 19. It was February. The heating had broken in the basement corridor, and they were both wearing every layer they had, and he asked her through the gap between the bars what kind of dress she would want if she could have anything made. She told him something simple: sleeves to the wrist, buttons she could reach, a skirt she could walk in without gathering it. Nothing that needed someone else to put on or take off.
Who gave you the design?
Elowyn asks Francesca.
Caelum.
Elowyn's hand finds the edge of one sleeve. The silk is cool and dense under her fingers. The stitching along the cuff is precise and even. He remembered the sleeves. He remembered the buttons. He used what she told him in a cell to build a wedding she never chose. Elowyn pulls her hand back and steps off the platform. The ballroom is empty in the late afternoon. Dust moves through the light from the upper windows. Elowyn sits at the piano because no one told her she could, and no one told her she couldn't. And for 20 minutes, it is the only space in this house where she is alone without guards visible through a doorway. Her fingers find a Chopin nocturne she learned when she was 12. The keys are slightly out of tune in the upper register, and the sustain pedal sticks before releasing, and the imperfections make it feel more like practicing than performing. She plays from memory. She is thinking about the fitting, about ivory silk, about buttons she described through iron bars. She does not hear him enter. She hears him stop. Her hands are moving through the middle passage when she looks up. Caelum stands 6 feet from the piano. His face has lost its color. His right hand grips the back of a chair, and she can see his knuckles strain white against the wood. His left hand hangs at his side, and his fingers are trembling. He is not looking at her. He is looking at the piano. He crosses the distance in 4 steps. Elowyn jerks her hands off the keys and pulls them into her lap. He reaches past her and slams the fallboard shut. The strings shudder inside the body of the instrument, a low resonance that fades over several seconds. His hands remain on the closed lid. Both of them are shaking.
Never play that piece again. It was playing when they started killing.
His breathing is shallow and controlled. The kind of control that requires effort.
I won't. I promise.
He straightens. He closes his right hand into a fist and holds it against his thigh. He walks out of the ballroom without turning around. His left hand catches the doorframe as he passes through it, his knuckles pressing hard into the wood before he releases it and disappears down the corridor. Elowyn sits beside the closed piano until the resonance finishes dying in the strings. Elowyn goes to the kitchen after midnight because she cannot sleep, and the formal dining room feels like a stage. The staff are gone, the overhead lights are off, and a single counter lamp throws a warm circle across the tile. There is a covered dish of pasta in the refrigerator, cold, the sauce gone stiff around the edges, bread on the cutting board, a bowl of olives. She sets the dish on the counter and considers the stove, then doesn't bother. Cold is faster, and she is not cooking at 1 in the morning for an audience of no one. She eats standing, a fork in one hand and her back against the cabinet. Caelum's footsteps come from the corridor. Not quiet enough to be deliberate, not heavy enough to be careless. The kitchen door is already open. He stops in the frame and sees her eating cold pasta in the dark.
He looks at the dish. Why is it cold?
I didn't want anyone waiting on me.
You didn't eat at dinner.
I wasn't hungry then.
He glances at the stove.
There's a pan.
The pasta's already cooked.
That is not an argument against heat.
It is at 1 in the morning.
He opens a drawer, takes out a saucepan, and sets it on the stove.
I said it's fine cold.
It needs water or the sauce catches at the edges.
You own restaurants. That doesn't make you a cook. It means I know what ruined food costs.
Then charge the pasta.
Elowyn laughs once. He puts the pan back without turning on the burner, takes an olive from the bowl, and places the pit at the edge of the cutting board.
That was a short argument.
You are already eating it.
He reaches across and takes the fork from Elowyn's hand. She lets him. He turns the dish, spears a piece of pasta, and holds it out. Elowyn opens her mouth. He places the fork carefully, and she closes her lips and pulls the food free. He loads another bite. She takes that one too. His hand is steady. He watches her mouth when she chews, and her throat when she swallows, and there is nothing sexual in it yet. Only the attention of someone who spent years passing food through a gap in iron bars. On the fourth bite, Elowyn wraps her fingers around his wrist to stop the fork. He goes completely still. His pulse jumps once beneath her fingertips, then steadies. Elowyn thinks about the many women. She thinks about the word he used, many, and the way he wanted it to hurt.
Why do you let me do that?
Do what?
Touch you. You didn't move.
He sets the fork down on the edge of the dish.
You are the only person whose touch doesn't send me reaching for a weapon.
Elowyn keeps her fingers on his wrist.
Then how did you let them touch you?
I said there were women.
He does not finish the sentence. He pulls his wrist free gently, picks up the fork, and offers another bite. Elowyn takes it. Neither of them returns to the question. After the dish is empty, he sets the fork in the sink and rinses it.
There's a conservatory behind the kitchen. Not Valentina's, the working one, the herb house.
I know what a working conservatory is.
It's warm.
He walks to the back corridor. He does not reach for her. He does not look back to check. Elowyn follows him. The herb conservatory is small and glass-roofed and smells like rosemary and wet soil. Low lamps line the planting bench. Potted basil, thyme, and oregano sit in clay trays along the far wall. A section of moonlight falls through the overhead panes onto the stone floor. The air is warm and close and damp, and Elowyn recognizes every plant in the room because she spent 2.5 years learning them in Portland. Elowyn straightens a tilted oregano pot and presses her thumb into the soil. Dry. Someone has been neglecting the watering schedule. Caelum stands near the door. He has not followed her deeper into the room.
You told me not to touch you,
he says.
On the plane.
Does it still mean now?
Elowyn turns to face him. The lamplight catches the scar above his left eyebrow. He is waiting, not moving toward her, not blocking the path to the door.
I'm still angry,
Elowyn says.
I know.
I'm choosing this. I'm not choosing the wedding.
I understand that.
Do you?
Yes.
Elowyn closes the distance between them. She puts her hand on his chest, over the heartbeat she once felt through prison bars, then lifts her palm to his jaw and kisses him. He follows her lead. His hands rise slowly and remain open at her waist. Aelwyn pulls back enough to see him.
Tell me if you want me to stop,
He says.
I don't want you to stop.
The next kiss is deeper, but never hurried. Every time the moment changes, he waits for her to choose it. Anger, longing, and 3 years of remembered promises remain in the room with them. None of them gets to speak louder than her answer.
I'm choosing this.
Aelwyn tells him.
I'm not choosing the wedding.
I understand.
And if I change my mind?
We stop.
Aelwyn believes him because he gives her space to prove it. They stay in the warm conservatory until the lamps burn low, talking between quiet kisses. Later, when exhaustion catches her, he asks before lifting her into his arms.
Can I carry you?
Aelwyn raises her arms. He carries her to the bedroom, sets her on the bed, and brings her water. Nothing about the night erases her anger or grants forgiveness. It only gives them one honest choice inside a life crowded by dishonest ones. He sits on the edge of the bed, not beside her, at the foot, near the corner, with his elbows on his knees.
I used to eat alone,
He says.
I know. You did it tonight.
before tonight. Every night since you left. They brought the tray to my door. I ate on the floor with my back against the wall.
Like the basement. Yes.
Aelwyn pulls the blanket over her legs. The cotton is cool against her skin.
Why?
The dining room felt wrong. Too much space, too many chairs.
He turns the bullet ring on his finger. 1 full rotation.
I couldn't sit at a table and eat like it was ordinary. None of it was ordinary. I kept the tray on the floor because the floor was the right height, and the wall was the right distance, and I could hear the door.
He stops turning the ring.
That's not a good reason.
No.
Aelwyn sits up. The blanket falls to her waist.
Then we eat together. Every night.
Chapter 9. Caelum. 10 days after Portland, Tommaso leads Aelwyn into the ballroom, wearing the dress she described through prison bars. The sleeves end at her wrists. The hidden buttons run from the base of her spine to the nape of her neck. The skirt is straight, ivory silk, and the fabric shifts when she walks. She grips Tommaso's forearm with her left hand. Her right hand hangs at her side. No music plays. The chairs are arranged in 2 short rows on either side of the center aisle. The captains and lieutenants sit in dark suits, hands on their knees or folded across their stomachs. None of them speaks. Some watch Aelwyn. Others keep their eyes on Caelum. No one smiles. Tommaso keeps his arm steady beneath her hand. She walks slowly, each step deliberate, her fingers pressed flat against Tommaso's forearm. Her healed right wrist is bare below the ivory cuff. A slight ridge remains where the bone was reset. Tommaso shortens his stride to match hers without being told. Caelum stands beside Salvatore's narrow table at the front of the room and watches her come toward him. He keeps his hands at his sides. He does not step forward. He does not reach for her. He ordered this ceremony. He placed the cage where she would have to pass it. Her walking under her own power does not change what he arranged. Her gaze moves once to the tall windows on the west wall, then back to the aisle. Her shoes make soft taps against the stone. The old clock ticks above the far archway, its minute hand catching at 14 before jerking forward. Salvatore waits at the ceremony table with a leather folder and 2 ring boxes on a square of dark cloth. He does not hurry her. Cristiano sits to the left of the ceremony table in a guarded chair, his hands restrained and 2 guards behind him. He is thinner than the last time Caelum saw him. Caelum required him to witness the consequences of what he built, but he will not turn punishment into spectacle. When Aelwyn passes the cage, Cristiano lifts his head. She slows. His mouth forms the words without sound.
I'm sorry.
His eyes stay on her. Aelwyn's grip tightens on Tommaso's arm. Her left foot stops mid-step. The nearest captain shifts in his seat, but does not stand. Tommaso does not pull her forward. He waits. Caelum does not signal him to move her along. This is hers to answer or refuse. Her heel settles on the stone. She resumes walking on her own. Cristiano's hands close around the bars and then open again. She does not answer him. Tommaso releases her arm when she reaches the table. He steps back and takes his seat in the front row. Aelwyn stands to Caelum's left. Her hands hang at her sides. She does not reach for him. Salvatore stands behind the table in a dark suit, both hands flat on the wood. He looks at Caelum, then at Aelwyn, then briefly toward Cristiano's cage.
The Orsini line was meant to end in that basement. It didn't. What Cristiano stole was taken back by the people standing here. Today, those same witnesses recognize this marriage and the obligations that come with it. Protection, loyalty, and the Orsini name.
His hand curls once against the table before he straightens.
Caelum, do you accept this union and its obligations?
I do.
Salvatore turns to Aelwyn.
Aelwyn, do you...
I didn't choose how I got here, she says.
Salvatore pauses. He looks at Caelum.
Don't force false words from her,
Caelum says.
Continue.
Salvatore's hand rests briefly on Caelum's shoulder. His grip tightens once. Then he releases him and picks up the rings. The first ring is a marquise-cut ruby set in a thin gold band. Caelum takes Aelwyn's left hand. Her fingers are steady, but she does not close them around his. He slides the ring past her knuckle and presses it into place. The second ring is a plain black iron band. Aelwyn picks it up from the cloth. She holds Caelum's left hand and pushes the band onto his ring finger without ceremony. The bullet ring remains on his right hand.
The union is recognized,
Salvatore says. He closes the leather folder and stacks the empty ring boxes. Tommaso stands with the rest of the front row. The captains place closed fists against their chests. The others incline their heads. The second row follows. Aelwyn does not smile. She turns her hand once, studies the ruby, and lets it fall back to her side. The guards unclamp the wheel locks on Cristiano's platform and prepare to move him. She watches the cage as they wheel it toward the side door. Caelum faces Aelwyn.
Can I kiss you?
One kiss, she says.
Caelum leans forward and presses his lips to hers, closed mouth. The kiss lasts 2 seconds. He steps back. Her attention follows the cage until it disappears through the doorframe. Her jaw tightens. She turns back to him and waits. Caelum offers his arm. She does not take it. They walk side by side through the east corridor, up the stairs to the second floor. The bedroom at the end of the hall has been prepared with fresh sheets. The window is open 2 inches. A basin and clean cloths sit on the dresser beside the bathroom door. A key rests next to them. Caelum closes the door. Then he turns the lock and places the key on the dresser where she can reach it.
The door locks from inside,
Caelum says.
The key is there.
She looks at it.
If I say no?
I leave.
And tomorrow?
You'll still be married to me.
So this changes nothing.
It changes what happens in this room.
Where would you go?
The room across the hall.
Caelum takes one step toward the door.
Stay.
She says. Caelum stops.
Don't confuse tonight with forgiveness.
I won't.
She sits on the edge of the bed. The ruby catches the lamplight.
I still want you tonight.
Then I'm here.
Caelum does not move toward her. She crosses the room herself, reaches for his shirt, and draws him down by the back of his neck. The kiss is long, but unhurried. Caelum keeps his hands at his sides until she places one at her waist.
If I tell you to leave?
I leave.
If I tell you to stay?
I stay.
Stay.
They sit together on the edge of the bed. She takes off the formal shoes that hurt her feet and sets them beside the chair. Caelum unfastens the difficult row of buttons at the back of her gown, only after she asks, then places the dress carefully over the chair while she changes behind the screen. When she returns in a robe, she lies beside him and traces the Orsini crest on his forearm.
When did you get this?
The third morning after Salvatore freed us.
Her thumb rests over it, then moves to the scars captivity left behind. Caelum fights the instinct to hide them. She turns so we can see the marks on her back.
I want you to hate me the way I hated your brother,
Caelum says.
You'll fail.
The answer is not forgiveness. It is simply true. They spend the rest of the night talking in the dark, stopping whenever memory becomes too heavy and beginning again when one of them is ready. She chooses every touch. Caelum asks instead of assuming. By dawn, the distance between them is smaller, but the harm between them has not been renamed. Caelum sits on the edge of the mattress. The bed gives beneath him. He lowers himself beside her, but his back stays braced and his shoulders rigid. He shifts once, then turns onto his side. The mattress dips beneath his hip. His neck stays stiff against the pillow. He stops trying. Caelum takes the pillow from his side and places it on the floor beside the bed.
The floor is familiar. The bed still feels borrowed.
He lies down on the hardwood. The pillow smells like clean cotton. His back flattens against the solid surface, and the bracing in his shoulders finally drops. Elowen appears above him, looking over the edge of the bed. She pulls the second pillow free and drops it beside his. She brings the blanket with her.
The floor is cold,
she says.
I know.
She lies down next to him and spreads the blanket over both of them. Caelum pulls the edge of the fabric away from where it folds near her neck. The black iron band on his finger touches her knuckles. Her shoulder stops pressing rigidly against his. The lamp hums on the bedside table above them, and the city light from the window draws a pale rectangle across the far wall. She does not move away.
Chapter 10. Elowen. In the third week of their marriage, Caelum takes Elowen to the Serpentine. Their routine by then is sparse. Dinner at 8, always at the long table, always with Caelum sitting with his back to the wall and one chair between them. Some nights he sleeps in the bed. Other nights, Elowen wakes and finds him on the floor beside it, a single pillow under his head, the blanket pulled from his side. He never explains the shift. She stops asking. The manor has 6 exterior doors. Each one is attended. Elowen is not locked in a room, but she is not free to walk out alone. The guards are polite. They open doors when Caelum is beside her and close them when he is not. She learns the difference quickly. On Thursday at 5:30, he stands in the bedroom doorway.
Get dressed. We're leaving at 7.
Where?
The Serpentine.
Elowen chooses a dark green dress with a high neckline and long sleeves. Francesca stocked the wardrobe with more clothes than she could wear in a year. But this is the first dress that looks like something she would have chosen before Portland. Tommaso drives. Caelum sits beside her in the back seat and says nothing for the entire ride. The Serpentine sits mid-block between a restaurant with papered-over windows and an architecture firm. The facade is matte black. 2 brass serpent heads serve as door handles, their fangs curved downward. A velvet rope blocks the main entrance, a man in a dark suit on either side of it. One of them sees Caelum step out of the car and unclips the rope before they reach the sidewalk. Inside, a narrow foyer opens into a main room with a raised stage, a curved row of half-moon booths, and a full-length bar along the back wall. Rigging lines cross above the stage, anchored to steel beams painted the same black as the walls. Private boxes line the mezzanine, each separated by heavy curtains. The lighting is low and amber. Staff react the moment Caelum enters. A bartender straightens. A woman adjusting table settings near the stage steps back and folds her hands. No one greets him loudly. A man in a fitted black jacket approaches, nods once, and says,
Signora Orsini, welcome.
Elowen has never been addressed that way before. She glances at the ruby on her hand, but the man has already stepped aside to let them pass. Caelum does not need to announce himself. He walks through the room, and every person in it already knows where he is. He seats Elowen at a front curve booth and takes the chair to her left, angling it so he can see both the stage and the main entrance. 2 aerialists perform first, in beaded costumes that catch the light when they turn. One climbs a silk that hangs from the central rigging point. The other wraps herself in a second silk several feet away. Their routine is synchronized. One inverts while the other spirals down, their timing close enough that the silks brush at the lowest point. A stagehand waits in the wing with a safety line coiled over one arm. Beside him, a stage manager watches the rigging points, marking each transition on a printed running order. The aerialist on the left silk favors her right side. Each time she loads the wrap, she shifts her weight a fraction late, compensating with her opposite arm. Caelum notices before Elowen does. His eyes track the delay twice, then move to the tension in the silk and the stagehand watching the safety line. He never looks at her the way Elowen expected him to. Elowen presses the ruby against the underside of the table and watches him instead of the stage. A woman in a black jacket approaches between acts. She has a clipboard and a radio clipped to her belt. She sets a short glass of something dark at his left hand without being asked.
How's the new rigging holding?
The carabiner on the 3rd point needs replacing. She compensates left every time she loads it.
I'll have it swapped before tonight's second set.
She glances at Elowen. Her eyes drop to the ring on Elowen's hand and return to Caelum without comment. She leaves. A solo performer takes the stage next. She moves through a floor routine that uses the full width of the platform, controlled, deliberate, each position held long enough for the nearest row to see the effort. Caelum does not applaud when she finishes. He checks the wing, anticipating the next cue before the house lights shift. Elowen keeps watching him. She wonders what else he learned in rooms like this one, how long he sat studying what a woman's body responded to, cataloging details he would later use with his hands and his mouth and his patience. The thought does not make her angry at the performers. It makes her angry at him. Later, in a corridor behind the stage, Elowen stops walking.
How did you know what to do?
Caelum turns to face her.
With what?
With your mouth. With me.
The corridor is narrow and lit by a single caged bulb.
You are the first woman I have trusted enough to let close. I watched people. I learned what tenderness was supposed to look like. I never let anyone close.
What about the rest?
I answered the question you gave me.
That isn't an answer.
It's the one I have tonight.
He answers without hesitation and does not add anything to make himself sound better. Elowen believes him about his mouth. The rest remains unanswered. The women he claimed, what he allowed, and why he chose the word many.
I believe that part.
Only that part?
Yes.
He holds her gaze, then continues down the corridor. The security room overlooks the main floor through a wide pane of reinforced glass. 3 men work inside with radios, a printed floor plan, and the evening's guest list. Beyond it, the dressing corridor has numbered doors, each fitted with a deadbolt on the inside. At the booking desk, a performer signs her name beside the running order. A private table number has been written beside her second set. She draws 1 line through it. The clerk asks whether she wants another table or no private booking.
No private booking,
The performer says. The clerk records it without asking for a reason. Caelum hears the exchange from the doorway and does not interfere. The desk holds 2 open ledgers. The legal receipts are organized by date with itemized totals. Beside them, the numbered private room entries use times and amounts, but no customer names, and a separate drawer holds banded cash without corresponding receipts.
What part of this is legal?
The ticket office, the bar, the private event bookings.
And the rest?
The rest pays for things that don't appear in a ledger. Men, weapons, information, officials who prefer cash.
He closes the ledger and returns it to the shelf. In the back office, the woman in the black jacket reports that one of the aerialists strained her shoulder in rehearsal and has not been cleared by the doctor. The stage manager stands beside her with the revised running order.
Can Lucia adjust the routine safely with a solo load?
The manager nods. She rehearsed the alternate version last week.
Pull Marta from the second act. Full pay. Check the carabiners and the rap points before Lucia goes up.
The manager leaves with the revised sheet. Before they leave, Caelum removes a matte black credit card from the inside pocket of his jacket and holds it out to Elowen. The name on the front reads, Caelum Orsini.
Absolute provision. Whatever I own is yours.
Is there a limit?
No.
Could I buy a plane ticket?
Yes.
And leave?
No.
Elowen takes the card. It is heavier than a normal card, the edges smooth. She could purchase the ticket. The driver would report the destination before she reached the terminal, and the men at the gate would be waiting. Refusing the card would not close the account. She turns it once, reads the name again, and puts it in the pocket of her dress. On the way down, a staff member stops Caelum near the stairs.
A patron grabbed one of the servers.
Remove him. 60-day ban.
The staff member leaves. Caelum does not ask the patron's name or raise his voice. 2 security men are already walking toward the bar. Caelum offers his arm. Elowen takes it. They leave through the front entrance. It is past 11 when they get back. Tommaso pulls away toward the garage, and the house is quiet enough that Elowen can hear the hall clock. A cold plate waits under a cloth on the long table, set for 1, because the kitchen never assumes she has already eaten.
I'm not sitting at that table again tonight,
Elowen says. Caelum looks at the plate, then at her.
Then don't.
Elowen goes to the kitchen instead. It is large and industrial, meant for staff. All steel counters and a range with 6 burners. She finds dried pasta in a cupboard, a jar of good tomatoes, Garlic. A wedge of Parmesan gone slightly hard at the edge. Enough. She sets a pot of water on to boil and starts peeling garlic with her thumbnail. Caelum comes in behind her. He does not offer to leave. He rolls his sleeves and washes his hands, and when Elowyn pushes the garlic and an onion toward him, he takes the knife without asking what she wants done with them. He cuts the onion into even slices, then even dice, each piece the same size as the last, laid out on the board in a square. He minces the garlic almost to powder. When he finishes, he squares both piles with the flat of the blade.
It's an onion,
Elowyn says.
not a diagram.
Uneven pieces cook unevenly.
They cook fine.
He does not argue. He wipes the board. Elowyn heats the oil and adds the garlic first.
Onion first.
He says.
It takes longer.
Not the way I'm making it.
Elowyn adds the onion a moment later and turns the heat down.
You want it soft, not brown. Low and slow.
That's inefficient.
You own restaurants. Have you ever cooked in one?
No.
Then you don't get to run this burner.
I ran the numbers on 11 kitchens. I know the margins on a plate of pasta better than the chefs do.
The margins aren't the food.
Elowyn laughs once and tips the tomatoes into the pan. He salts the pasta water without being asked, more than Elowyn would have, and she lets it stand because he is right about that much. While the sauce reduces, he grates the Parmesan into a bowl, the pile as even as the onion was. Elowyn stirs the pan. He does not hover. He leans against the counter with his arms crossed and watches the pot the way he watched the rigging, tracking the boil. And when the timer Elowyn did not set goes off in his head, he says,
9 minutes.
A full minute before the pasta is done. It is done in 9 minutes. Elowyn drains it, keeps a cup of the water, and finishes the pasta in the pan the way she likes it, loose and glossy. She plates 2 bowls. He carries the Parmesan to the steel counter, takes the fork from her hand, and sets it beside the bowl she has just filled. They eat standing at the steel counter. The food is good. When Elowyn's bowl is empty, she rinses it in the deep sink and leaves it in the rack. Through the window over the counter, the garden is dark, the path a paler line between the hedges. She wants the air more than she wants to stay in the bright kitchen.
I'm going out for a few minutes,
Elowyn says. Caelum is already scraping the pan into a container, sealing the rest of the sauce, putting the kitchen back the way he found it.
Take a coat,
He says, and does not follow. The garden behind the manor has a stone path that leads past a row of hedges to a locked glass structure at the far wall, the orangery. Its iron frame is dark with age and rust. One pane is cracked, and a branch has worked through the opening. Oleander crowds against the glass on the far side, pressing flat leaves to the surface. Whoever locked it did not bother to clear what grew around it afterward. Elowyn stays several feet from the door. Salvatore finds her on the path. He walks slowly, hands in the pockets of a wool coat, and stops beside her without asking what she is looking at.
You saw the club,
He says.
I saw what it pays for. Does anyone tell him no?
Elowyn asks.
Not often enough.
You do.
When he lets me finish.
Do you regret giving it back to him?
No. I regret believing it would be enough.
Enough for what?
To give him something to live for besides revenge.
Did it?
For a time. The crews needed rebuilding. The businesses needed decisions. He could work until morning and leave Cristiano alone. When the work was finished, he went back.
He turns his head slightly toward the orangery, then back to Elowyn.
I pulled him out of that cage. I gave him back his throne. But I don't think he ever really left the basement.
Do you think he can change?
Yes.
Will he?
I don't know. That's something he has to decide to do.
At the club, no one questioned a single order. The guards here close doors because his instruction already exists. He can control himself there.
Elowyn says.
Then he can do it here.
He can. That doesn't mean he will.
How am I supposed to know when he's choosing anything?
Watch what he does when he doesn't have to force it.
And what am I supposed to do while he decides?
Decide what you can live with.
He looks at Elowyn directly, his voice quieter now, but steady.
You might be the only person who can reach him. But reaching him and saving him are different things. Don't destroy yourself trying.
Elowyn folds her arms. The evening air is cooling fast.
I don't know where the line is.
Then don't let him decide it for you.
Did you know Valentina?
She was the best of all of us. And we failed her.
How?
By knowing enough and doing nothing.
His eyes stay on the damaged glass. Elowyn waits, but he does not offer more. His mouth pulls flat before he turns and walks back through the garden gate without looking at her again. Elowyn stands near the orangery with her arms folded against the cold. She does not reach for the handle. She turns and walks back to the house. The bedroom lamp is on. Caelum sits against the headboard with a report open across his knees. His shirt is unbuttoned at the collar, sleeves rolled to the forearm. The black iron band catches the light when he turns a page. Elowyn changes in the bathroom and comes to bed in a long-sleeved shirt and cotton pants. She pulls back the sheet on her side and sits with her back against the headboard, leaving a full pillow of space between them.
Salvatore spoke to me in the garden.
Caelum closes the report around one finger.
What did he say?
That you never left the basement.
He said what he meant.
Elowyn turns her head to look at him. He looks down at the closed report.
I didn't leave because I stopped loving you.
His thumb stops against the page edge. Then he lifts his eyes to the ceiling.
I left because I was disappearing. Staying would have finished what Cristiano started. I know that doesn't make the years easier for you. I know both things are true.
I know why you left.
Does that matter?
It doesn't change that you did.
A car passes below the window, its headlights drawing a pale rectangle across the far wall before moving on.
Will you ever forgive me for running?
His eyes stay on the ceiling. His hand flattens against the sheet.
I would have forgiven you almost anything, Elowyn. But you left. You left me alone with the dark, and I had to become the dark to survive it.
Chapter 11.
Caelum. The estate stands at the edge of the continent, and the ocean works against the rock beneath it, the way it has for longer than the Sindacato has existed. Deep unease. Caelum feels it before he hears it, a low pressure that travels up through the foundation and into the soles of his shoes. The men who come here feel it too. It makes them uneasy in a way they can't name, and quiet calculation, uneasy men watch their capo more carefully. 14 men sit in the dining room. Captains and the allies Caelum permits to see this, arranged at the long table with the glass wall behind them and the water going black beyond it. Their eyes return to him between the sentences. Measured scrutiny. They came to see whether he will still step into the arena himself. A capo who sends other men to bleed for him becomes a name on paper. A capo who bleeds in front of them stays real. Bitter memory. Caelum learned this from his father, who understood almost nothing except how to keep men afraid. Elowyn sits to his left. She is wearing dark grey, high at the throat, and she has not touched the wine. Quiet approval. She watches the men more than she watches him, which is the correct instinct. She has already worked out which of them defer and which of them only perform deference. Caelum does not tell her she is right. Salvatore sits across from them. Tommaso is beside him, half turned toward the door, out of a habit Caelum trained into him. Salvatore rests 2 fingers against the base of his glass and leaves them there. Hesitant, he starts to say something, then does not. He lifts the glass instead.
Solemn warmth. To the Capo and his wife.
There is no edge under it. Quiet sincerity. He means it, whatever the meaning costs him. Caelum gives him one nod. The others raise their glasses. Elawan lifts hers a few inches and sets it down without drinking. Under the table, her knee is close to his, but doesn't touch. Heightened awareness. Caelum is aware of the space, the way he is aware of the exits, 3 from this room, the widest behind the bar. Private longing. He wants her here. He did not tell her that. He also knows what she will see below, and, grim certainty, there is no version of tonight where she does not see it. Tommaso catches Caelum's eye and tips his head toward the stairs. Silent signal. The first pair is ready. Caelum finishes nothing on his plate. He stands, and the room stands with him, and quiet defiance, Elawan rises last, on her own time, which the men notice. The descent changes the air. The stairs are cut into the rock, worn smooth in the center, where feet have passed for decades. The warm light of the dining level gives way to bare stone, and cold foreboding, a cold that carries salt and mineral and old water. The ocean is louder here. It strikes the cliff somewhere below, and the sound arrives through the walls as much as through the passage. The arena is a chamber hollowed into the rock, wider than it is tall, ringed by men standing 2 and 3, deep around a floor of packed grit and stone. The lighting is mounted high on the walls, enough to fight by, and no more. There is no stage. There is no music. Haunted stillness. Water shines in a seam along the far wall, where the sea finds its way through. The crowd moves apart as Caelum comes down the last steps. Conversation drops off in a ring that spreads ahead of him. Men shift their shoulders to give him the path. No one reaches for him. Cold memory. They learned that a long time ago. Elawan stays a half step behind his right side, close enough that he can place her without turning his head. Protective restraint. He keeps her there by walking at a pace she can match. A man in the second rank turns too quickly and brushes Elawan's arm. Instant fury. Caelum catches his wrist before anger can decide what happens next.
Controlled warning. Watch your space,
Caelum tells him, and releases him. The chamber notices the restraint, watchful silence, as clearly as it would have noticed violence. The first opponent waits on the grit. Caelum removes his jacket and focused calm steps into the circle. He attacks low and fast. Caelum redirects him, uses balance and leverage, and brings him down twice. On the third exchange, he produces a hidden metal rod and, sudden pain, catches Caelum along the left side before Tommaso can intervene. Controlled rage, Caelum disarms him and pins him to the ground.
Firm finality. Enough,
Caelum says. The room remains silent. Restrained power. Winning without destroying him requires more control than the men expected from him. Tommaso leads them into a stone room off the arena. Caelum presses a folded pad to his side.
Firm concern. Sit.
Elawan says.
There's another fight.
Unyielding. Then the second man can wait.
This time, reluctant trust, Caelum sits. She cleans the injury and wraps it tightly. The wound is painful but not deep.
Quiet reprimand. Stubbornness and strength aren't the same thing,
she says.
Dryly. Salvatore talks too much.
He's usually right.
The second match begins after the medic clears Caelum. His opponent works toward the injured side, but patient control, Caelum stops chasing him and forces him to meet him in the center. He uses holds, distance, and patience. When he can no longer defend himself safely, measured mercy, Caelum releases him, and Tommaso ends the match. No one cheers. They came to learn whether Caelum could still control the room. Quiet authority. They leave, knowing he can also control himself. Back in the stone chamber, Elawan holds a fresh pad against his side.
Steady, concern. You need this treated properly at the house.
It'll hold to the car.
She keeps the pressure steady.
Earnest promise. I won't leave you,
she says.
I did that once. I'll watch every fight if I have to.
Deeply moved, Caelum covers her hand with his. Tommaso drives. The cliff road bends away from the water, and the estate lights fall behind them. And then the road turns inland, and there is only the dark and the engine. Caelum puts his head against the window. The glass is cold against his temple. Weary withdrawal. He does not check the mirror. The wound pulls with every dip in the road, and he keeps his head against the glass. Elawan reaches across the seat, and quiet tenderness takes his right hand. His fingers close around hers, instinctive comfort. The bullet ring shifts as they lace together, its rough inner lip dragging against her finger. She adjusts her grip so the ring rides between their palms. The car turns inland, and fragile peace. Her hand stays wrapped around his the whole way.
Chapter 12. Elowen. The orchestra is tuning when Elowen and Caelum reach the box, unmatched notes rising from the pit below as oboe and strings feel for the same pitch. Caelum checks the door first. It is set into the paneled wall at the back of the box, its brass handle worn pale at the grip. He turns the lock once to see it catch, then leaves it open. Security is somewhere in the corridor behind them. He does not tell Elowen where. He sponsored tonight. He said so in the car, without wait, the way another man might mention he'd reserved a table. The theater is his, or the Syndicato's, which in this city are the same sentence. The lobby staff called Elowen Mrs. Orsini and did not look at her too long. Inside, the box is small and close, 2 deep chairs angled toward the stage, with a low settee against the side wall. The velvet along the front rail has gone thin at the edge, where hands have gripped it for a century. Dust sits in the carved plaster of the ceiling, in the folds of the gilded scrollwork no one can reach to clean. Below them, the audience fills in, a few dozen heads in the dark, far enough down that they are shapes more than faces. Caelum takes off his jacket and sets it over the back of the second chair. When he sits, he does it carefully, favoring his left side, and the movement pulls his shirt tight for a moment, so Elowen can see the shape of the dressing beneath it, low on his ribs. The wound is closed now. A doctor saw to it properly the morning after Malibu. But he still sits down like a man who remembers being opened. The house lights drop. The overture begins. He settles when the music starts, his attention going to the stage before the first voice and staying there. He does not explain how he knows the opera. His right hand rests on the arm of his chair, close to Elowen's on the shared rail between them, not touching. The bullet ring catches the low light from the stage. Elowen watches him more than she watches Act 1. Cavaradossi paints in his church. Tosca arrives jealous and in love, and the two of them circle each other in a way that is almost happy. Caelum's eyes move once to the door, then back. His knee is a few inches from hers. She keeps thinking about the car home from Malibu, his hand in hers, and how much of tonight she decided before they left the house.
You've seen it before,
Elowen says, low.
Yes.
He doesn't offer more. Below, Tosca laughs at something, and the sound climbs all the way to the box. By Act 2, the church is gone, and Scarpia has his rooms and his candles and his patience. Tosca's voice fills the whole theater now, and there is nothing happy left in it. Scarpia sits at his table and controls everything in the frame: who speaks, who suffers, who is brought in and taken out. Somewhere offstage, Cavaradossi is being hurt, and Tosca is made to stand and listen to it, and her voice breaks around the sound. Caelum draws the curtain across the front of the box. The heavy velvet closes them off from the audience, but not from the music. He leaves the lock untouched. He kneels in front of Elowen's chair without touching her.
Tell me,
He says.
slowly.
He takes her hand and kisses her knuckles. Elowen draws him up beside her.
If I ask you to stop,
I stop.
if I ask you to leave,
I leave.
Elowen kisses him before he can say more. Act 2 moves toward tragedy behind the curtain. They remain on the settee, close enough to hear each other breathe. Speaking the truths, they usually turn into weapons.
You planned for tonight,
Elowen says.
I hoped you might trust me. That isn't the same as expecting it.
I want to try trusting you.
Then we go as slowly as you need. If it becomes too much, we stop. Tonight or forever.
The answer matters more than any touch. During the interval, he holds her while she listens to the crowd move beyond the curtain. When she tenses, he loosens his arms without being asked. Elowen takes his hand and places it back around hers. Act 3 begins. Cavaradossi sings of everything he is about to lose, and Caelum finally closes his eyes.
All the choices are yours,
He says. The words undo something in Elowen that possession never could. They kiss in the dark, while the opera carries the larger tragedy below them. When the final notes rise, they straighten their clothes and open the curtain. Tosca discovers that the promised mercy was a lie, and the opera ends in loss. The private corridor behind the boxes is dim. Elowen takes the stairs carefully, because the long evening has left her tired. Caelum shortens his stride and stays at her shoulder, close enough to catch her, without assuming that she needs it. At the bottom, he takes her hand, his right hand, with the bullet ring against her fingers. As they cross the empty lobby, its rough inner lip drags across her palm and catches, a thin line of heat. At the door, Elowen turns her hand over. A narrow red mark crosses her palm, with a single bead of blood at its center. She looks at it. Then, she closes her hand back around his, over the ring, and presses it there. Maybe she is as damaged as he is. Maybe she always was. Maybe running was never about escaping him. It was about escaping the part of her that wanted to stay.
Chapter 13. Caelum. Elowen lowers herself onto the mattress on one hip, careful in the way she has moved since the theatre. She has changed into a loose cotton shirt. When she reaches for the water on the nightstand, her palm turns upward, showing the thin line the ring left across it, dried now to a dark thread. Caelum's shoulder pulls where her teeth marked it. The fabric of his shirt drags against the bruise whenever he moves his arm. Lower down, the flank wound aches beneath the dressing. The journal rests on the nightstand, where it has lived since she gave it back to Caelum through the bars. Its leather has gone soft. The brass clasp is broken, and the spine no longer closes straight. Eluan picks it up before Caelum can. She holds it out.
Read me one.
Which?
You pick.
Caelum takes it from her. The cover falls open at the cracked place near the middle, where the binding has stopped holding itself closed. He turns toward the front, past the stories she read to him 100 times underground, until he finds one they did not wear out.
The Little Lion and the Dark.
Caelum reads. The little lion found a cave at the foot of the mountain, and because he was brave, and because he was curious, and because those are often the same thing, he went inside. Inside, the light ended at his heels. It was not grey dark or evening dark. It was dark like a shut eye. He could not see his paws or the walls. He thought, this is what nothing looks like. He thought the cave went on forever and held nothing at all, and that frightened him more than any wolf, because a wolf is a thing you can bite, and nothing is not. So he sat down in the middle of it and made himself very still. Slowly, the way morning arrives without deciding to, his eyes changed. First came one point of light overhead, then another. Then more than he could count. The whole roof of the cave was full of them, small stones that had waited in the dark for so long they had learned to hold light of their own. The little lion understood then that dark is not the same as empty. Some things only shine when nothing else does. Caelum turns the page. The story ends there. Valentina drew a lion, looking up at a ceiling full of uneven ink stars, some larger than others, none arranged in straight lines.
Elowen.
Her breathing has already changed. One hand has loosened from the edge of the blanket. Her eyes remain shut when Caelum shifts, and she gives no answer. She sleeps differently than she did in the basement. Then, every noise brought her back. The pipes, the kitchen stairs, a footstep beyond the door. Now her jaw has gone slack, and her marked palm lies open on the sheet between them. Caelum closes the journal around his thumb, looks once at the cut on her hand, and sets the book beside the lamp. Caelum lies back. The dressing on his side pulls, so he settles onto his right, which puts the bruise on his shoulder against the sheet instead. There is no position that does not report an injury. The bedroom door is open, the width of a hand. Beyond it, the corridor is dark. Elowen is warm along Caelum's back. Her breathing moves the mattress between them. Caelum does not want to close his eyes. Sleep is the one thing he cannot stand guard over. But the theatre, the drive, and the confession waiting behind his teeth have settled into the weight of his body. His eyes close. The oleander is in bloom. White and pink flowers crowd the iron ribs of the orangery. Light falls through the cracked glass in long gold bars filled with turning dust. Valentina sits with her back against the stone planter, the journal open across her knees. Her mouth moves, but Caelum cannot hear the story over the sea. The sea should not be here. It has never been here. Still, it pounds beyond the glass, close enough to shake the panes. Caelum's legs belong to the frightened younger self he remembers. At the same time, he knows everything that comes after this. Valentina stops reading. She closes the journal. She stands and brushes mosaic dust from her dress.
Val.
Caelum's voice is young and helpless.
Wait.
She walks deeper into the beds, where the oleander grows thickest. The soil is dark and damp. Broken leaves release bitter sap as the branches part for her and close behind her. Caelum follows, but the ground lengthens beneath his feet. Planters slide backward. Each step widens the distance. Leaves press against his face, waxy and cool. Their sweetness turns his stomach.
Valentina.
Her back passes between the blooms. She does not turn. The white of her dress disappears into white flowers. Then, there is only oleander. Glass stands in front of Caelum where the door should be, clouded, seamless, locked from a side he cannot reach. Caelum puts both hands against it. Her name will not leave his throat. Caelum wakes with his forearm between his teeth. Pain arrives as he wakes with his teeth pressed hard against his forearm. The tattoo is bruised and scraped, but the skin is only lightly broken. His body shakes. Breath soars through his chest. The room comes back in pieces. Lamp, window, the narrow opening of the door.
Caelum.
Elowen is propped on one elbow. She says his name again, nothing else. She turns one hand toward him so he can see the empty palm, then brings it slowly toward his face. Her skin touches his cheek. Caelum flinches before thought reaches the muscle. Then, seeking comfort, he turns into her palm. His forearm is marked against the sheet. His breathing has not settled. Her hand remains against his face, warm and steady, and Caelum cannot leave the other wound where it is.
I lied.
She becomes motionless.
About what?
The women. When you asked how many.
You said many.
Yes.
Her hand stays against his cheek. She waits. Caelum looks at the damaged tattoo because it is easier than looking at her.
There were women around me after you left. At the Serpentine. Other places. I watched them because I wanted to understand how people let one another close.
Her fingers shift once against his skin.
Once a woman reached for me. I panicked and caught her wrist too hard. I stopped before I hurt her and sent her away.
Elowen's hand leaves his face.
Nothing happened.
She says.
With any of them?
No.
Then why did you say many?
The word hardens in her mouth.
Because I knew what you would imagine. I wanted it to hurt you.
Caelum's arm throbs beneath the bandage. The confession leaves no defense between them. Caelum's arm throbs beneath the bandage.
I wanted you to.
She looks at him.
I wanted it to hurt you.
Her face changes without softening. She wipes beneath one eye with the back of her wrist, impatient with the moisture there.
Why?
Because you left.
The answer sits between them, without protection.
You went 800 miles away, and I could not make any of what happened reach you. Then you asked me that question in the flower shop, and I had something that would.
She looks down at the edge of the mattress. The cloth she reached for earlier hangs slack in her other hand.
That's cruel.
She says.
You understand that. You found the one thing I couldn't check, and you used it.
I know.
You made me grieve something that never happened because you wanted me to hurt the way you did.
Yes, it was.
She sits with the answer. Caelum does not offer an excuse, and she offers no comfort. When she speaks again, the anger remains, but relief has entered beneath it. Neither removes the other.
You are all mine.
I always was.
Her eyes close briefly. When they open, her anger is still there. She reaches for Caelum's arm.
Let me see.
Caelum gives it to her. She rests his wrist across her lap and examines the bite. The scrape has stopped stinging, leaving the tattoo swollen beneath it. She wets the cloth and cleans the punctures. Red thins into the fabric.
It's not deep,
she says.
It'll bruise worse than it bleeds.
She folds the cloth and presses it against his arm. Her hands are steady. His have almost become steady again.
You said her name.
She keeps her eyes on the bite.
Valentina.
Yes.
It wasn't the basement.
No.
The pressure of the cloth remains constant.
It's the same dream. She is in the orangery, reading to me. Then she closes the journal. She stands and walks into the oleander.
Elowen lifts the cloth to check the scrape, then presses it down again.
She never turns. I try to follow, but I cannot reach her. I never reach her.
She does not interpret it. She folds a strip of gauze over the bite and begins wrapping it around Caelum's forearm, covering the tattoo.
When you open that door,
She says, without looking up from the wrapping.
I'll go in with you.
She tightens the gauze and ties it off along the inside of his arm. The orangery key remains where it has been for years. Caelum does not reach for it. Neither does she. Elowen sits against the headboard with the bloodied cloth in her hand.
I know why you chose the lie now.
She says.
That doesn't make it smaller.
She looks directly at Caelum.
This is what you do when you're afraid I'll leave. You take the choice away from me. You did it in Portland. You did it with the wedding.
The cloth twists once between her fingers.
And when I stay but you're still afraid, you punish me for making you afraid.
There is nothing to argue with.
You have more power than any man alive to take my choices. You have the power to make me bleed for leaving.
She releases the cloth.
So what happens when being Capo means choosing that power over me?
When keeping the throne means keeping me through fear.
Then the throne can burn.
She does not soften.
Words are easy.
She says. Yes.
Then show me. Not tonight. Over years.
She drops the cloth into the water glass. It sinks, clouding the water pink. The journal remains closed beside the lamp, its broken clasp splayed against the nightstand. Gauze covers the tattoo on Caelum's forearm. The ache beneath it has settled into something dull. Elowen stays upright against the headboard, one knee drawn toward her chest. Her marked palm rests over the bandage, instead of taking Caelum's hand. Caelum lies back against the pillow. The door remains open the width of a hand. Elowen watches the strip of corridor, while Caelum closes his eyes. Her thumb moves once over the edge of the bandage, and stills.
Chapter 14. Elowen. Caelum is still asleep when the light reaches the journal. His bandaged forearm lies across the sheet, the gauze stiff from the night. The water glass on the nightstand has separated into clear above and rust pink below where the cloth soaked. Valentina's journal is closed beside the lamp, its broken clasp splayed. He gave Elowen the last watch and did not wake once to check that she kept it. She lifts her hand from the gauze where it rested through the last hours of the night. He does not stir, and the absence of his checking feels stranger than the watch itself. Elowen sits against the headboard and does the arithmetic she could not do in the dark. He said the throne could burn, and she believes he meant it. Meaning it at 3 a.m. changes none of the machinery waiting for him at noon. He still controls the gates, accounts, drivers, captains, and cells below the kitchen. He can open every lock in this house or order it closed. If he changes his mind, no one has the authority to stop him. His word is not a wall. It is a mood. Moods pass. Elowen rises carefully. The soreness from the theater has faded to almost nothing, noticeable only when she moves too fast. She dresses in plain trousers and a shirt with sleeves that clear her wrists, then pins her hair back so her hands remain free and her head clear. At the bedroom door, she looks back once. Caelum has not moved. The journal and the pink water remain beside him. She leaves. A guard waits near the stairs. He straightens when he sees her and falls into step 3 paces behind.
You don't need to follow me,
Eowyn says. He stops. No instruction has prepared him for the Capo's wife telling him to stand down. He cannot decide whether obeying her is obedience or its opposite, and he looks toward the stairs as though the answer might be there.
Where are Salvatore and Tommaso?
The consigliere takes the study in the mornings. The Don's uncle...
He corrects himself.
Salvatore, I don't know, the East rooms.
Ask both of them to come to the library. Tell them I'm asking, not Caelum.
He hesitates, then goes. Eowyn goes down to the library alone, and no one steps into her path. The library faces east and holds the morning better than any room in the house. Eowyn opens the shutters herself. Tommaso arrives with coffee and the expression of a man who was told the summons did not come from Caelum, measured the risk, and came anyway. Salvatore follows in a gray wool coat despite the warmth, and sits without asking why. Eowyn remains standing at the long table.
I need to understand how this house actually works,
Eowyn says.
Not the version people say aloud. The real one.
Tommaso sets down his coffee.
That's a wide question.
I'll make it narrow. Who can tell Caelum no?
Neither answers immediately.
Salvatore advises him.
Tommaso says.
I run the parts of the machine that would seize without me. The captains obey until they decide not to, and then it's a war, not a conversation. No one refuses the seat and stays refusing.
If Caelum ordered a man killed tonight, a prisoner, someone chained, no threat to anyone, who could stop him?
No one.
Salvatore says.
You?
I could argue. Argument is not authority. If he decides, it happens.
Who controls the money in my name?
Tommaso sets down his cup.
There is no money in your name. There is a card drawn on an Orsini account. He can close it with one call.
The gates and cars?
His people. His keys. The driver's log where they take you. If you left this morning, he would know your destination before you arrived, and the driver would understand any objection from him as an order.
Eowyn suspected all of it. Hearing it spoken turned suspicion into inventory. Her right wrist has begun to ache from gripping the table. She loosens her hand.
And the crown? The oath they're preparing? What changes?
You become visible.
Salvatore says.
People kneel. They address you and defer in public.
If Caelum and I disagree the next morning?
Then you are a woman who is bowed to.
Tommaso says.
And overruled.
There it is in the morning light. A crown that puts Eowyn's name in every captain's mouth, and no weight behind it. Homage without power. The most beautiful cage they have built yet, and this one she would place on her own head.
I won't wear it like that. I will not stand in the ballroom and let 300 people call me a queen, while the only thing between me and a locked room is whether my husband slept well.
Tommaso pulls out a chair and sits.
Then you don't want a crown,
he says.
You want a charter.
What makes one real? Something that binds him when he doesn't want to be bound.
Salvatore looks toward the open shutters. He does not say Valentina's name.
Witnesses, he says. A seal. Copies he cannot gather and burn. Terms narrow enough that the captains cannot use them as a knife the first time they smell weakness. And Caelum's signature. It only becomes real if he wants to be bound more than he wants the alternative.
He told me the throne could burn. I'm going to find out whether that was a sentence or a fact.
Eowyn asks for paper, ink, the old oath language, and the records governing the house seal. Tommaso leaves to collect them. Salvatore remains as Elowen pulls the first blank sheet toward her.
Whatever you write arrives too late for you,
He says.
It cannot reach back and unmake the wedding.
I know.
Elowen uncaps the ink.
It's not only for me.
Elowen writes badly at first. No husband's title gives him permission to use his wife's body is true. But Tommaso reads it over her shoulder and says,
That protects you. It will not protect the next woman a captain drags to an altar. Widen it, or it dies with you.
Elowen crosses it out and writes again. The sentence loses some of its heat and gains something harder, language that can survive the people in this room. Consent to the body is not conveyed by marriage, title, or name. No medical act may be performed against a person's present will, and no reproductive act or decision may be forced. No one else may direct a physician concerning that person's body. No spouse may mark, restrain, drug, or confine the other as punishment or to compel obedience. No pregnancy may be compelled or prevented by force.
Better.
Tommaso says. The movement clause begins politely enough to be useless. The principle may not restrict the consort's travel leaves room for 100 courteous prisons. They replace courtesy with machinery. An account in Elowen's own name that no argument can freeze. Transport she can call herself. The right to decline a guard when no named, verified threat exists. No gate closed and no road blocked because Caelum fears she will leave.
He'll want an exception for danger.
Tommaso says.
He can have a real one. Named to me. Explained to me.
Then write what doesn't qualify.
Elowen adds fear, gossip, political dislike, and unverified suspicion. A driver may recommend a route, but cannot turn recommendation into control. The black card remains beside her name in the account records, unlimited and dependent on his. She puts that contradiction on the page. Access to his money is not independent money. An account bearing her name must remain hers, even during an argument, even if she spends in a way he dislikes. She writes that it cannot be frozen by his order. Property may be held in her name. She may own and operate a business, hire and dismiss her own staff, and keep its records and work. Correspondence addressed to her arrives unopened. Ordinary private communication is not reported to Caelum. Tommaso adds a narrow exception for a named, verified danger, then crosses out 3 words that would let a guard treat rumor as evidence. Elowen keeps the correction. Gossip is not danger. Privacy is not one either. Salvatore stops at the clause concerning Cristiano.
You've protected one prisoner.
He says, reading over Elowen's shoulder.
That ends one cruelty and leaves the machine intact. Protect the house from becoming what it was.
They widen it. No torture in rooms where people eat or sleep. No killing staged for an audience. Every punishment requires a stated reason and a fixed end. Prisoners receive food, water, medical treatment, and restraint only when necessary. Cristiano cannot be removed, punished, or killed on Caelum's private order. Judgment concerning his death must come before witnesses. Elowen redoes the clause. Her wrist aches from the pen. She flexes it, waits for the pain to recede, and continues. The clause she cares about most is the one Tommaso nearly refuses to help her draft.
The right to leave.
Elowen says.
Not the room or the city. Him. The household. The territory. To live elsewhere and remain gone.
Tommaso puts down his pen.
You understand what you're asking me to place in front of him?
Yes.
Salvatore reads the language as Elowen writes it, testing each promise for the shape of an order.
He will not hunt her, retrieve her, abduct her, or force her back. He will not threaten the people who shelter her, destroy her employment or business, arrange another ceremony, or use the organization to erase the life she builds.
No pursuit or retaliation after a voluntary departure.
Elowen adds.
He is very good at erasing lives.
Salvatore says.
It is most of what he did for 2 years.
That's why it belongs on the page.
They add that Elowen may leave Caelum, the household, the city, and the territory, live elsewhere, and remain gone. The organization cannot be used to erase the work, property, relationships, or ordinary life she builds afterward. The protection must survive distance and his anger. The violence clause takes all three of them. Tommaso refuses language a hostile captain could use to freeze the house mid-attack.
The day someone comes over the wall,
He says,
you do not want him asking permission to shoot back. That gets everyone killed, and the charter torn up with them.
They divide danger from fear. If an attack is in progress, a weapon is raised, or a life is at risk in the next minutes, Caelum may act immediately. The charter cannot delay active defense. Everything else may be stopped for 24 hours. A killing that is not defense, torture, a purge, punishment on suspicion, or a war initiated rather than survived. Any two of the three named witnesses may invoke the delay. During it, Caelum must state his cause aloud before them. All three may refer the decision to the senior captains.
A man who cannot wait 1 day before killing someone in chains
Salvatore says.
Isn't killing him out of necessity.
Tommaso does not argue. By then, Elowen understands the shape of the document. No adult may be forced into marriage under Orsini authority. Refusal cannot be punished through confinement, assault, or withdrawal of family protection. No child may be promised as property, tortured toward strength, sworn into the organization before adulthood, or forced to inherit the seat. Succession binds only when freely accepted in adulthood. No child must formally refuse power to escape it. Then, enforcement. A promise spoken between two people can be denied by either of them. This cannot. The document requires Caelum's signature, Elowen's signature, witness signatures from Salvatore and Tommaso, and the house seal on 3 separate copies. Its terms bind whoever inherits the seat. A breach permits her to leave without pursuit. A severe breach permits the witnesses to call the council, and the captains may remove Caelum from command. A rule without consequence is not a rule. Elowen does not want the removal clause. She writes it anyway. Salvatore watches the ink dry over that sentence and offers neither approval nor relief. He does not need to. He is the reason she knows the clause is necessary. Caelum comes in when the draft is whole. He does not throw the door open. He arrives quietly, reading the room before he is fully through it. The pages covering the table, the old oath opened at the end, the seal box waiting beside the ink. He looks at Salvatore, then Tommaso, and at Elowen last.
You've been busy.
I have.
He remains standing and reads every page. No one fills the time. The bandage shows at his cuff as he turns the sheets, placing each finished page beneath the last. The rest of them have already argued over every line. Now the room belongs to whether he can bear to see those lines applied to himself. He pauses at bodily and medical autonomy, reads it twice, then moves on. At the right to leave, he stops.
The rest of this I can sign.
He says,
Your body, the doctors, your money, Cristiano, the forced marriages, the children.
He touches the page.
This one you know I can't. I know it's the one that matters. You're asking me to write down that you can leave and that I'll let you.
I'm asking you to write down that if I leave, you won't do to me what you did to me the first time.
He does not call Portland a rescue.
Enemies would use it. The day it's known my wife can walk out the gate and I won't stop her. Someone takes you off the street and I can't tell whether you left or were taken. By the time I know, you're gone in a way I can't undo.
Then security comes with me when there is a verified threat, named and explained. I already gave you that.
A disappearance isn't always a threat you can name in advance.
No. Sometimes it's a woman who's had enough. You don't get to make those two things the same because both frighten you.
He picks the page up again and reads the clause as though a second pass might reveal a different sentence.
Are you planning to go?
I'm asking whether I'm allowed to. That's not an answer.
It's the only honest one. I don't know what I'll want in a year. Neither do you. The whole point of the page is that it cannot depend on either of us guessing right today.
You want the right to something you may never use.
I want the right to something you cannot take back the next time you're afraid. Those are the same right. You only dislike the name I put on it.
Eowyn comes around the table until nothing stands between them but the distance he permits anyone.
You told me you wanted me to choose you. You cannot have me choosing you and me having no choice. Choosing only means something if leaving is real. Right now you are stronger than I am, and you own the doors. Guards and gates gave you my presence, not my choice. That was the outcome of a fight I could not win.
And if I sign it, and you use it,
then you'll know my staying was real. That is the only version worth anything to you. You had the other version. You built it out of guards and gates, and it made you miserable enough to bite your own arm in your sleep.
His eyes drop to the bandage beneath his cuff. He lays that forearm across the page, the gauze covering the place he bit through his own skin.
Power without limits becomes rot.
He knows the genealogy of that rot. He lived in its basement.
I need the danger exception real,
he says.
A named threat, and until it's cleared, security stays.
Agreed. It's written that way.
And if you leave voluntarily.
His voice roughens, then steadies.
One message, that you're alive, that you left of your own will, that no one's holding you. You don't have to say where. I won't follow or search for you. But I won't spend the rest of my life not knowing whether you walked out or were carried.
Eowyn considers it. The condition asks for no location and gives him no authority to follow. A message is a sentence, not a leash.
That I'll agree to,
Eowyn says.
Because you're asking to know I'm alive, not asking to find me. The message confirms life. It does not become permission to search.
He reaches for the pen.
Not yet.
Tommaso says from the wall, dry.
There are 3 lines in here I'm not letting either of you sign as written, or the first captain who wants a coup will thank you both by name.
They fix the 3 lines. Tommaso narrows immediate danger to an act in progress, a weapon raised, or a life at risk in the next minutes. Distrust, suspicion, and political dislike remain outside it. A delay invoked during an actual attack is void, so the charter can never be used to make the house wait while someone is already coming through the door. Eowyn closes the route loophole that could turn a driver's recommendation into control by repetition, until every road but one becomes unavailable in practice. Salvatore corrects the succession language, so no child must formally refuse the seat. Acceptance is binding only when freely given in adulthood. Caelum adds the single confirmation of safety message. It requires only that Eowyn is alive, left of her own will, and is not being held. It requires no location and authorizes no pursuit. Then they write it clean, 3 copies in the same hand, each clause carrying the same protection and consequence. No one may later claim that one copy was only a draft, or that Elowin's version omitted the terms binding the seat. Caelum signs first. Tommaso gives him the pen. His signature is smaller and plainer than Elowin expected. The limits bind the seat and its holder before they protect or elevate the crown. That is why his name comes before hers. Elowin signs second, her name below his. Salvatore witnesses in his careful, old-fashioned hand. Tommaso witnesses last, the procedural order complete. Tommaso heats the wax and presses the house seal into each of 3 copies. The mark reaches into the grain of the paper. Removing it would tear the page. He keeps one. Salvatore takes one for the archive. Elowin folds hers and puts it in her bag rather than a shared drawer, desk, or safe to which someone else holds the key. Before the ink dries, Caelum calls a guard to the library door.
Cristiano Marchetti is not to be touched again. Not by you, not by anyone, not on my word alone. Restraint if he tries something. Food, water, the doctor when he needs one. No one takes him out of that cell. No one goes into it alone, and that includes me.
He pauses.
Anything about his end comes to this room first, with witnesses. If I try to go down there by myself, you stop me and you send for my uncle.
The guard looks from Salvatore to Tommaso.
Yes, Don Orsini.
When the guard leaves, Caelum looks at the closed library door and stays where he is. Cristiano remains alive in the cell. It is not a pardon. The nightly torture ends, and food, water, medical care, restraint, and any final judgment now fall under the signed rules and witnesses. The goldsmith comes the next afternoon to the receiving room, where the light is good. He is a narrow, careful man who has made things for this house before and learned not to ask what they mean. He brings a prototype circlet in a felt-lined case. It is heavy, closed all the way around, and overbuilt. The idea of a queen made by someone who expects the wearer to submit to the object. Broad, rounded rose leaves curl across the gold. 3 rubies sit where there should be 1. Raised points line the interior to grip the hair, which means they grip the scalp. Its weight and closed construction would require someone else to fit and remove it.
May I?
He hands it to Elowin. The weight settles across both palms. She turns it over and runs her thumb along the inner band until the skin catches on one of the raised points.
The inside cannot do this. Smooth it, no prongs. Whoever wears it must be able to put it on and take it off herself, without help and without bleeding.
Of course, Senora.
The leaves are wrong. These are rose leaves, broad, toothed, rounded. The shape jewelers use when the plant itself does not matter. Oleander leaves are long and narrow, smooth-edged, pointed, and they grow in whorls of 3. If the crown uses the plant, it should be accurate.
The first real attention enters his face. The attention of a craftsman discovering the client knows the material.
You know the plant.
Better than any other.
The 3 rubies?
1, small. Marquise if you have the stone.
The same cut as the ring on Elowin's left hand.
A narrow band in aged gold. Light enough to sit without pressing, and open enough that I can remove it myself.
He sketches while Elowin watches. Long leaves grouped in 3s, 1 marquise stone, a smooth interior, a band she can lift from her own head without asking someone to find the hidden fastening. The prototype returns to its case, that heavy closed thing sent back to become removable. The oath is harder to correct. Tommaso brings the old language. Elowin reads it twice to make certain she is not judging it unfairly. She is not. It is centuries of surrender arranged into sentences, every line transferring a person from herself to a man and his house, obedience to a husband, his will replacing hers, the wife belonging to the house, her body promising heirs.
I won't say any of this.
Elwyn tells Caelum.
I didn't think you would.
Then it changes. All of it. You swear first.
He does not object. They draft the bones of the new oath rather than pretending the final language can be found in one afternoon. He will swear first that the charter binds him, that Aelwyn's title does not cancel her person, that house law reaches the crown and not only the people beneath it, and that whoever inherits the seat inherits its limits. Aelwyn will swear to speak when fear closes everyone else's mouth, to guard the house without letting it own her, to hold to the charter, and to stand beside whoever holds the seat only while she can stand there as herself.
That last one.
Caelum says.
You're swearing an oath with a door in it.
Yes.
He does not ask her to remove the door. The eventual public oath will begin with him, not her. The crown will inherit the charter rather than replace it, and her promise will remain a choice that can end if standing there requires her to disappear. The goldsmith and witnesses leave. Late light stretches across the receiving room floor, leaving only the two of them and the sketch of a crown not made yet. One of Aelwyn's hairpins has worked loose and caught at her nape. She reaches back but cannot find its head. Caelum raises a hand and waits.
You can.
He finds the pin by touch and frees the caught strand one hair at a time instead of pulling. Small tugs move across her scalp as the hair unwinds. His knuckles brush her neck. When the pin comes loose, he keeps it in one hand while the other rests lightly at her nape. Aelwyn turns and kisses him. She does it because she wants to, in this room, with the signed charter in her bag. Signing earns him none of this. The kiss is a separate choice. His mouth opens under hers. His hand stays at her nape, the other settling at her waist without pulling. Aelwyn deepens the kiss once. His teeth catch her lower lip lightly, and his hands remain where they are. Then she ends it. He releases her immediately, without a final pull, a hand catching at her waist, or a second attempt to turn one kiss into more.
The leaf,
Aelwyn says.
He drew it wrong. I want to take him a real one.
Caelum holds the pin in his hand.
All right.
There is an oleander in the far garden near the wall, separate from the locked glass house Aelwyn does not approach. She could cut a spray, hand it to a driver, and remain inside the grounds. She does not.
I'm going out,
Aelwyn tells Caelum in the front hall.
To the goldsmith's workshop. I want to bring him the leaf myself and see the band before he sets the stone.
The order forms in him, the old reach toward control, already shaped to sound like concern, and stops. He places the sketch on the hall table with enough care to show what the restraint costs.
Do you want a car?
I'll take one. I'll tell the driver where. He can log it.
The point is not secrecy. It is that secrecy or disclosure belongs to Aelwyn.
I have my own account now. I'll pay for what I buy.
How long?
A second question begins and dies. He leaves the first one there.
A few hours. I'll be back for dinner.
He turns to the guard by the entrance.
No one interferes with where she goes. No tail. If she wants an escort, she'll ask for one.
Caelum stays in the hall while Aelwyn crosses it. He does not walk her to the car, follow, or send someone behind her. Remaining where he is takes more effort than the order he gave, and this time, effort does not become authority. On her way out, Aelwyn cuts a small spray from the ordinary garden oleander, long, narrow leaves in a whorl of 3. The locked orangery remains untouched. The gate opens. No one blocks it. The driver asks for the destination, does not consult a phone before pulling away, and follows the route Elowen gives him. The trip may be logged later, but the log does not direct the car. The workshop sits on an ordinary street, its front window filled with ordinary watches and repaired chains. The goldsmith turns the spray in the light, studies the narrow leaves and the 3 growing together, lays it beside his sketch, crosses out the rounded leaf, and draws the true one. The band is narrow and darkened, its interior smooth. Elowen's thumb travels around it without catching. At the nursery 2 doors down, Elowen buys a small bag of bone meal because she means to have a garden that is hers, and it is never too early to keep what a garden needs. She pays from her own account. On the sidewalk, she is briefly unremarkable, a woman carrying fertilizer while a crown is altered to her specifications, observed only by people who happen to share the street. Elowen returns because she wants to see the leaf set right, because Nora would call her mad, and she wants the chance to argue with her about it. Because dinner is waiting, and she said she would be there. Because Caelum stopped himself from following her to the car, and she wants to be there while he learns the door swings both ways. Elowen goes back because she chooses to, which is a sentence she has not been able to say truthfully since she was 18 years old. Caelum is at the council table when Elowen enters the library. An open chair waits beside him at the same edge, not opposite him or at the foot, with papers already spread before it. His gaze moves from the oleander spray to the paper bag under her arm.
What is in the bag?
Bone meal.
For the crown?
For a garden.
He reads the printed weight.
How much ground does that cover?
Less than you own, and more than I need today.
Then why buy it before the soil is tested?
Because it keeps, and because roots and flowers use phosphorus. It is not a complete fertilizer.
You purchased an incomplete one deliberately.
Soil is not a balance sheet. You add what it lacks. Nitrogen for leaves, phosphorus for roots and flowers, potassium for the plant as a whole.
I own the land.
Ownership has not made you qualified to prescribe fertilizer.
Then test the soil before you buy more.
That was already the plan.
He looks at the spray.
Did he get the leaf right?
He will now.
Elowen sets the oleander beside the corrected sketch, the true leaf drawn over the crossed-out false one, the narrow band, the single marquise stone. She takes the open chair. Her sealed copy of the charter remains in her bag against her hip. The oath draft waits in front of her. One line near the end still leans toward permanence in a way the rest does not. Elowen uncaps the ink. Caelum moves the lamp closer to her side without being asked, and she crosses the line out, and she writes it again. Chapter 15. Elowen. The care record comes up to Elowen on the 5th morning, and Cristiano's name is at the top of it. Tommaso brings it. He sets it on the long table beside her sealed copy of the charter, which she has taken to keeping in the council room where she can see it, and he stands with his hands folded while she reads. It is a plain sheet. Date: 2 meals delivered. Water. A note that the basement doctor examined the old scar over his chest and treated the recurring irritation. A line for a signature that confirms the care was given and no rule was broken in the giving. Elowen signs it. Her name looks strange next to his.
He hasn't eaten most of it.
Tommaso says.
4 days now. Water, yes. The trays come back full.
Is he sick?
The doctor says no, not more than he was.
He pauses.
He asked the guard yesterday when it would be decided.
Elowen sets the pen down. Out the window, the gardeners are working the long beds, and one of them is cutting back something that has gone leggy, and the shears open and close in the light. She has been avoiding the thing that Tommaso is careful enough not to name. Caelum has kept the order. For 5 days he has not gone down. He passes the lower stair without looking, like a person passing a stove that once burned him. When a guard mentioned the basement at dinner, the muscle worked once in his jaw before he let it go. He obeys what he signed. But obedience is not the same as finished. As long as Cristiano breathes below them, part of this house remains arranged around him. Part of Elowyn does too. That is the piece she is least willing to say aloud. Some low, stubborn part of her is still waiting for her brother to arrive at sorrow.
He wants to know when judgment comes,
Elowyn says.
That's what he asked?
Elowyn looks at the charter. She remembers Caelum's own hand adding the line, days ago, in the room where they are standing now. Anything about his end comes to this room first, with witnesses.
Then we do it the way we wrote it.
Elowyn folds the care record and hands it back.
Bring the witnesses, not to argue whether, to decide the sentence and who carries it. I want Salvatore and Caelum here after the midday meal.
Tommaso takes the sheet.
You could leave it to the three of us,
He says, not arguing, only holding open a door.
You don't have to sit in the room for it.
I know what I don't have to do.
Elowyn straightens the charter so its edge lines up with the tables.
I'll be in the room.
He leaves with a record. Elowyn remains at the window until the thing she has avoided arrives whole. She intends to be the one to end her brother, and she does not yet know whether she can say why. They gather after the meal. Salvatore takes his usual chair near the shutters. Tommaso sits with a leather folder in front of him. Caelum comes in last and pauses before sitting, reading the exits as he does in most rooms. His forearm carries a lighter dressing than it did the night of the confession, the punctures closing beneath it, a yellow-green bruise at the tape. He sits across from Elowyn with the death claws open at his place.
Say the charge,
Caelum says, not to Elowyn, to Tommaso. He wants the law done before anything else is done. Tommaso opens the folder and does not read from it so much as recite what he has clearly already fixed in his mind. He is brief because the facts are not in dispute. Cristiano planned and led the coup. He killed men and women who had kept faith with this house. He took the seat of Capo by murder. He held Caelum 3 years in the cells below. He ordered torture and did some of it with his own hands. He held Elowyn, and he used fear on Nora and on others until fear was the only currency the house had. He kept working to keep the house unsteady until the day he was taken.
That's the record,
Tommaso says, and closes the folder. He does not list the methods or bring in anyone to testify. No one needs him to. Salvatore speaks into the quiet.
The crimes meet our standard. There's no reading of them where they don't.
He turns one hand over on the table.
And a live claimant is a door. Somebody who wanted the old arrangement back could put a body in it. Keeping him downstairs forever isn't mercy and it isn't justice. It's a private grudge with a doctor attached.
He looks at Caelum when he says the last part, briefly, and then away.
Practically,
Tommaso says,
a permanent prisoner is a permanent argument. Every faction that ever leaned toward him keeps a reason to test us.
no one asks whether Cristiano deserves to die. It is not that kind of room. Caelum reads the death clause as though the words might rearrange themselves. Major executions require review, stated cause, and named witnesses. He has all three. What the clause cannot give him is a way for Cristiano to be dead and still within reach.
He has defined survival through Cristiano's punishment for too long. Death ends the punishment with the account still unpaid.
I'll do it myself,
He says.
No,
Elowyn says. He looks at her finally.
It doesn't need to be you.
It needs to be me.
Why?
Not a challenge, exactly. Closer to a man asking to be talked out of something he already knows he's losing. Elowyn takes a breath and finds that the reasons do not come out as a single clean thing, because they are not a single clean thing.
because he was my brother before he was your jailer,
She says.
Because you don't own the end of him just because he hurt you longest. Because if you walk back into a room with him, whatever you do, it's the basement again, and I don't want your last time near him to be that. And
This is the part that is hard to say with Salvatore listening.
because as long as he's alive, there's a piece of me that keeps waiting for him to be sorry. I need to hear what he actually is, not from the two of you, from him, to me.
Salvatore turns his face toward the shutters and keeps his counsel. Caelum's thumb has stopped on the page.
You've carried enough of what both of us are.
He says.
I don't want this in your hands, too.
it's already in my hands.
Elowyn says.
I signed a paper 5 days ago that says I get to decide what I carry. You signed it first.
His grip loosens on the claws. He lays the page flat and picks up the pen. Caelum, as Capo, pronounces the sentence, death for the crimes named. Tommaso records the cause in one dense paragraph. Caelum signs the order. Elowyn signs beneath his name as witness and executioner, her hand steady on the page, even though her chest is not. Salvatore signs. Tommaso signs. The execution is authorized for today. Elowyn is permitted a private conversation first in the ballroom, with 2 guards outside and the door unlocked. A qualified man will confirm death afterward. No captains, no audience. The charter holds. They have used it to kill her brother, and Elowyn does not know whether that makes the weight lighter or worse. Afterward, Caelum takes Elowyn into the small room off the council chamber. A trained officer has prepared the authorized weapon and will remain outside the ballroom. Caelum does not coach her or turn the moment into a lesson. He asks once whether her injured wrist can bear the weight and offers a lighter alternative.
This one I can control,
Elowyn says.
You're certain?
I need his answer before I know what I'm certain of. I need his answer before I do it.
Elowyn says.
I'm not certain of anything past that.
It is the truest thing she has to give him, and he takes it. He does not tell her to make her brother suffer. He does not tell her to do it for him. He does not kiss her fingers or wrap himself around her or call her anything. He says,
The guards will be right outside.
And steps back to let her pass. His shoulders stay rigid until she is through the doorway. They bring Cristiano up while Elowyn waits in the ballroom. 2 guards move him. His wrists are bound and his ankles are hobbled, and they walk him slowly across the marble and set him in the heavy chair they have placed for him, well away from the wall, well away from where Elowyn stands, and they check the bindings, and they leave. The door closes behind them. It does not lock. Elowyn hears it not lock, the absence of the bolt, and she understands that the door being open is not for him and not for her, but for the law they made, and she lets it be what it is and nothing more. The room has been repaired. New marble where the old was broken, though along one seam near the center, the grout has taken a faint stain that never fully came out, and Elowyn knows what reached that seam and how, because she was in this room the day it did.
The chandelier is lit. It was lit that day, too. This is where he began, where the men who kept faith were killed on this floor, where the seat was stolen, where she first looked at her brother and saw that the person she thought she knew had decided to become something she could not follow. He knows why she has brought him here. He looks around once, slowly, at the marble and the light and the stained seam, and then at her, and he does not say anything about the room. He is thin. The years have taken the meat off him and left the frame, and the old scar shows above the open collar of the shirt they have given him, and the old scars are there, though Eowyn makes herself not catalogue them. He is not clean and handsome and restored. He is not a horror either. He is her brother, ruined, sitting in a chair he cannot get out of. The revolver is in Eowyn's right hand, down at her side. She does not hide it behind her back. He can see it. There is no point pretending it isn't there.
You picked the room,
He says. His voice is worse than Eowyn remembered, lower, rougher, used up.
Yes.
For me or for you?
Eowyn doesn't answer that. The chandelier ticks overhead. Cristiano shifts, and the chain between his ankles drags softly across the marble.
You used to braid my hair,
Eowyn says. It is not what she planned to say. It comes out before the plan. His eyes go to her, and then to the floor.
You'd sit on the stairs.
He says.
Wouldn't hold still.
You tell me to hold still, and then you talk so I couldn't.
You never could sit still.
His mouth moves, one corner, and pulls against something in his cheek that used to be skin and isn't quite anymore, and it fails before it becomes anything. He looks back down.
Little pest.
It was affection once. He called Eowyn that when she was small and following him up and down the halls, and it was warm. And now it lands in the middle of this room, and she feels the warmth of it and the ruin of it at the same time, and she has to breathe once before she goes on.
You taught me to cheat at cards,
Eowyn says.
You were bad at it. You always tell when you're bluffing. Your ears.
I know.
I used to let you win sometimes.
He says. Eowyn sets that down and picks up the other thing.
Why did you do it?
She says.
The coup. I've had years. I still don't have your answer, only everyone else's.
He is quiet. The chain moves again.
Silvano ran it into the ground.
He says finally, which is a start and not an answer.
He was old and he was soft, and the captains were already looking past him.
To you.
To someone.
You could have waited. He was old. You said it yourself.
Waited for what? For the seat to go to a boy?
There is heat in it now, the first real heat, and he looks up.
20. He was going to hand it to a 20-year-old because of a name, and I'd have served that. Do you understand? I'd have knelt for an untested heir.
Caelum.
Caelum.
He says it flat.
Yes.
So you took it.
So I took it.
He looks at his bound hands.
You want me to say I did it for the family. I used to say that. It sounds better in your mouth than it does in mine now.
Then say the true one.
He doesn't answer immediately. When the answer comes, it comes in pieces.
I wanted them to answer to me.
He says.
I was better at it than he was. I liked.
His fingers press into the arm of the chair.
I liked it, being the one they came to. I'm not going to pretend it was noble because you brought me up here and made me look at the floor.
Did you know what you'd do to him?
Eowyn says.
When you took it. Did you know it would be 3 years in the dark?
I knew he couldn't be left able to come back.
That's not an answer.
It's the answer I have.
Did you know I'd be trapped in it with you?
Elowen's voice is not steady on this one, and she lets it not be.
That I'd be in this house while you turned it into that?
His gaze drops. His breathing changes, one long breath drawn and let go, and he does not answer as fast as he answered the others. I told myself you were safer where I could see you, he says at last. That was mostly a lie I liked.
Mostly.
There was a little truth in it. Not enough. I know how much.
He keeps his eyes on her. His bound hands lie flat against the chair arms, and he does not reach for another excuse.
You want me to tell you the love mattered more than the rest. It didn't. If it had, I've made a different set of choices, wouldn't I?
That is closer to honesty than anything Elowen expected, and it is worse than a lie would have been.
You said you were sorry,
she says.
At the wedding. You said it without a sound. I saw your mouth make it.
I remember.
Was that sorry for what you did? Or sorry it ended with you down there?
He takes time to answer. The chandelier ticks.
I was sorry to lose you,
he says.
I've been sorry about that the whole time. I don't know that it's the thing you want it to be.
No.
Elowen says.
It isn't.
He studies the revolver at her side, and then her.
Did he send you?
He says.
Your husband. Is this his errand?
He wanted to do it himself. I said no.
His eyes move from the revolver to the ruby on her left hand. He shifts his bound wrists against the chair arms.
So you can say no to him,
he says slowly.
To the Capo dei Capi.
Yes.
That's new.
He almost sounds interested.
I didn't build you for that.
You didn't build me at all.
He accepts the correction without arguing it. He does not ask her to lower the revolver. He does not pull against the restraints or offer her another version of the past. Elowen is almost grateful that he will not make her refuse him. Her right wrist has started to ache from the weight she's been holding at her side. The revolver is heavier than it was 10 minutes ago. Elowen asks the thing she came here to ask. She has to force her throat open around it.
Would you do it differently?
He looks at her. He looks at the floor, the stained seam, the room where he made himself into this. He looks back at her. He takes his time, and when it comes, it is not soft and it is not cruel, only certain.
No.
Elowen's thumb finds the grip. Saliva floods her mouth the way it does before you're sick, and she swallows it down, and she brings the revolver up in both hands. The distance between the muzzle and his chest is short, and she closes it in her mind before she closes it with her arms, sighting on the center of his chest. He does not look away, and she does not either. She said she would see this, and she does. Elowen fires. The sound fills the ballroom. Cristiano's chair moves against the restraints, then settles. Elowen fires a second time because the sentence requires certainty, not suffering. The qualified witness checks him and quietly confirms that it is over. Elowen lowers the revolver. Her hands shake. She lets them. Caelum enters only after the witness calls him. He stops several feet from her, searching her face for an injury that is not there. Tommaso takes the weapon from her open hand. The attendants remove Cristiano without spectacle, photographs, or cruelty. Elowen looks away from the empty chair when she is ready.
Why did it have to be you?
Caelum says, low, when the others have moved off toward the far end. It isn't an accusation. It's the question he couldn't finish asking earlier.
Because you'd have made it the basement again,
Elowen says.
One more time. I couldn't let your last thing with him be that.
Her throat is tight, and she keeps going, because if she stops, she won't start.
And because I'd have spent the rest of my life wondering if he might have changed. I needed him to answer. He answered.
He said no.
He said no.
Elowen looks at the chair. Her hands won't stop shaking, and she lets them shake.
I'd do it again,
she says.
That isn't the same as it not mattering. He braided my hair. He carried me when I was small. I killed him. And both of those are true.
Caelum doesn't tell her she was strong, or turn the death into something between them. He stands beside her without touching. Her wrist begins to swell above the ridge, and she holds it against her body while the men finish in the ballroom. She does not cry until later, and when she does, it is not in this room. 3 days on, Elowen is counting terracotta pots in the potting room off the service courtyard. Soil covers her hands. Briefly, it is only that. The delivery came at mid-morning. Pots, 2 pallets of bagged soil, propagation trays, a bundle of tools, materials for a glass house Elowen has been sketching in the evenings, a small independent thing that is hers on paper now, that no one can take, that isn't built yet and might be someday. Ordinary boxes. Ordinary men in ordinary work clothes carrying them in through the courtyard door and stacking them where she points. Elowen has not kept a guard at her elbow. The inner manor is presumed secure, and she accepted the perimeter watch, and the charter lets her decline a man breathing over her shoulder while she counts flower pots, and so she declined one. There is a guard at the courtyard gate, and another on the far walk. Not in the room. Elowen checks the tools against the list. She checks the trays. The manifest names 4 men. She counts 5 between the courtyard and the potting room. The 5th lifts the broken flag brick that props the door and lets it close behind him. He is between her and the quickest way into the courtyard. His hands are clean on a soil delivery. A minute ago, he called the propagation trays the wrong thing.
You're not on the sheet,
Elowen says, because saying it out loud makes it real fast enough to move on. The man reaches into his jacket and produces a folding knife. He rushes her. Elowen shoves a supply cart into his path and moves along the potting bench, keeping the cart between them. His blade catches her sleeve and leaves a shallow cut on her upper arm. The pruning shears are within reach. Elowen closes them around the loose fabric at his wrist and traps his sleeve against the wooden bench. He tears free, but the delay gives her room to reach the alarm beneath the counter. Caelum enters with the guards as the attacker reaches for a concealed pistol. Caelum knocks the weapon aside, and the guards force the man to the ground. Only when the room is secure does Caelum cross to Elowen. The doctor closes the cut with several stitches and checks her bruised wrist. The injuries hurt, but they are survivable. By evening, Elowen is cleaned up and stitched, and sitting at the council table with her arm bound and a soreness in every part of her, and Caelum has learned the rest of it. Tommaso lays it out. Lev was hired through a Bratva-linked group that has been circling Orsini interests for a year. The forged papers put him on a soil delivery. One exterior guard at the east gate took money to wave the manifest through without a proper count. There is evidence against that guard, and against the man who carried the money to him, and against the broker who arranged Lev. There is a name for the faction behind it. There is not evidence against the wives and cousins and grown children of any of them. Caelum reads the sheet Tommaso has started. Then he begins to give orders, and they come out too large. Raids on 4 households before dawn. Everyone attached to the faction brought in. The broker's family businesses burned to make the point. Anyone under the group's roof treated as under its guilt.
That's a purge,
Tommaso says. Not sharply, just naming it.
Half those names are related to the problem, not part of it.
Caelum keeps going, and Salvatore sets his hand flat on the table.
Charter Authority. 24 hours.
Salvatore says.
The two of us.
He looks at Elowen, and she nods, and her arm pulls when she moves, and she doesn't hide it.
That's Elowen and me. The retaliation's not the immediate defense. The immediate defense already happened. You did it in the potting room. Everything past today waits a day while you say your cause in front of us.
Caelum presses the pen hard enough into the page to leave a black point without making a word. His gaze stays on the list of households.
They put a knife in my wife,
He says, to Salvatore, to the room.
I know they did.
Elowen says. Her voice comes out rougher than she wants.
I was there. I'm not asking you to do nothing. I'm asking you not to kill people who didn't do it, because you're afraid of the ones who did.
Elowen holds his eyes.
You wrote the paper for this exact night. Not for the calm days, for the night you'd want to burn everything and call it safety.
He looks from the charter to the list. The pen stays above the first household without touching the page. He sets the pen down.
the East Guard.
He says.
Tonight, he's in active breach.
Detained.
Tommaso says, already writing.
Not killed. He's more use talking.
The broker.
Named. Verified. He goes on the list.
The families don't.
Elowen says. Caelum is quiet. He picks the pen back up.
The families don't.
He says, and it is not easy in his mouth. And it is said. 24 hours later, they meet again in the small room off the council chamber. The delay has expired. No second attack has come, and Tommaso has spent the day checking each name against the evidence. Elowen's arm is bandaged clean. Bruising has darkened along her ribs, and the memory of Cristiano's execution still follows her, despite every effort to set it down. She leaves the next pain tablet in its paper fold because she wants her head clear for this part. Caelum does not apologize for failing to keep every danger off the estate. That isn't a thing either of them believes is possible. He does say,
The gate failed. The count was skipped and paid for. I'm putting a second man on the manifest and a hard count on every delivery through an identified threat.
All right.
I'd like a known guard on you, at a distance, during this, not on top of you.
Elowen thinks about it, honestly, and she finds she can accept it because of how he's framed it.
At a distance,
she says.
And I want to know his name. And I want to be able to send him 10 steps back. And I want to hear when the threat's called off.
Done.
He does not push for more. He does not ask for a tracker, a guard inside the bedroom, or her keys. A bribed man waved the truck through. Declining a guard at her elbow did not place Lev on the manifest. Even with the memory of the attack still fresh for both of them. Tommaso comes in with the final sheet. He has written the verified names in his small, square hand. The broker, the East Guard as detained, the money carrier, the faction's operational head. 4. He turns it so Caelum can read it, and Caelum reads it, and then he takes the pen and draws a line through one name that has crept onto the bottom of the list, a cousin of the broker's, whose only connection is ownership of 2 businesses named in the first draft. And he does not add anyone in the cousin's place. Salvatore records the hour the delay began, the hour it expired, and the 2 of them who invoked it. Tommaso draws a line under the last verified name. Caelum signs beneath it. Then he caps the pen and sets it down on the half of the page still blank, and he leaves the blank half blank.
Chapter 16. Caelum. The key does not want to go in. Caelum works it against the rust in the wards, eases it back, angles it again, and the second time it seats. When he tries to turn it, the whole lock resists, the mechanism packed with years of grit, and his hand slips off the cold iron once before he gets purchase and forces it. The wood has swollen in the frame. Roots have come up along the sill and lifted the stone under the door. Eluan stands beside him, with the clean, folded linen over her uninjured arm. The narrow spade leans against the wall where he set it. Gloves. A lamp they have not lit yet. Under his coat, against his ribs, the journal. The bullet ring is a hard weight against the key.
It won't clear the sill on its own.
Eluan says. Practical, not a nudge. Caelum puts his shoulder to it. The door drags, screams across grit, and gives inward maybe 2 feet. Enough. Cold breath comes out of the dark, old soil, and something sweet under it. He stops with his hand flat on the wood.
Caelum.
His name. Just that. He is still here, in the present, his palm on cracked paint, the ridge of the ring biting the inside of his finger where he has gripped too hard. He makes himself let go of the key. Caelum goes in first. The glass is mostly gone from the upper panes. What survives is furred grey with dust, and where it is broken, the oleander has pushed in through the gaps, whole branches lying flat against the inside, like they were reaching for something, and stopped. The floor is old mosaic, most of it heaved up in slabs where roots ran under it. His boots grind on loose tile, and rust flakes off the frame where he brushes it. The smell is the thing. Damp earth, iron in the mineral of the stone, and over all of it, that thick oleander sweetness that means poison if you know the plant, which Caelum does, which Valentina did. She used to say it kept its bitter part hidden so you'd come close. Powdered sugar at the corner of her mouth. Caelum is 18, and she is laughing as she tells him not to tell. He stops walking until it passes. Eluan comes in behind him and sets the lamp on a fallen slab and lights it. The light finds the far end, where the beds used to be, raised stone boxes now split and spilling, the oleander gone wild out of them and up the ruined wall.
Where?
She says. Caelum knows where. He has known for 14 years without letting himself hold the knowledge in daylight. The corner bed on the left, the one nearest the wall, the one that was empty of anything but turned soil the morning after, when he crept back at dawn and saw the ground disturbed, and understood, and told no one, because there was no one to tell, who would not have handed him back to him.
There.
Caelum points.
The left corner. It was dug there. The roots will have moved it, but it starts there.
Eluan looks at the bed, then at him.
How deep?
Not deep. He was fast. He didn't have all night.
Her hand smelling of pencil shavings and oleander when she held his face.
Do you want me beside you?
Eluan says.
Or across from you?
The choice is small, and it is not small.
Across.
Caelum says.
Hold the light where I'm cutting.
We should call the examiner now, before you open it, so there's no question later about what's hers.
After I've found it, not before. I want to be the one who finds her.
She doesn't argue that. She picks up the lamp and carries it around to the far side of the corner bed and holds it low. And she does not tell him he is ready. And she does not tell him this is safe. She waits. Caelum pulls on the gloves and picks up the spade. The first cuts are all root. The oleander has sent its system down through the old bed and knitted the soil into a mat, and the blade catches and skids, and he has to lean his weight to part it, sawing through the thicker runners, dragging the severed lengths out and dropping them behind him. Dirt packs black under his nails through a split seam in one glove. The Malibu wound pulls once along his left side when he twists, a hot line under the half-healed skin, and he breathes through it and keeps going. Elowen clears loose soil off the top of each cut with her good hand, dragging it aside, keeping the hole readable in the lamplight. Her injured arm she keeps in against her body. Once she reaches too far, and Caelum sees the pull cross her face.
That's enough on that side,
Caelum says.
Leave the reaching to me.
I can move dirt.
You can move it from where it doesn't tear your stitches. They came out 4 days ago.
They came out 5.
She goes back to it, closer in, using short strokes that don't stretch the arm. Caelum gets down past the root mat into looser fill, and here the digging is faster, and he makes himself slow instead, taking thinner bites, watching the color of what comes up. Sweat gathers cold along his back in the cold room. The lamp hisses. His own breathing is loud in his ears. The spade meets something that is not stone. The spade meets something that is not stone. Caelum stops immediately. Elowen sees his face and comes to the edge of the bed.
We call the recovery team,
She says.
You do not have to do this alone.
The team arrives before noon. They work behind a temporary screen, careful and quiet, while Elowen and Caelum wait outside the orangery with Valentina's journal between them. Caelum does not ask to see what the earth protected. He has carried enough images. By late afternoon, Valentina has been respectfully recovered and placed in a simple, sealed casket. They choose a low rise east of the old rose walk, where morning light reaches first. Her grave will be nowhere near their father. She will have sun, her own wall, and a stone that says who she was and the years she lived, not how her life ended. There are 5 of them: Elowen, Salvatore, Tommaso, who stands with his hands folded and his face still. Nora waits near the wall, far enough back to give them room. She cared for the family long enough to have earned being here, and she does not speak, and Caelum is glad she doesn't. The men who dug the grave wait beyond the gate. The casket is small and plain. When it is set and before it goes down, Salvatore says, not to Caelum exactly, to the grave,
We knew enough. We should have moved.
That is all he allows himself. He does not ask Caelum for anything, and Caelum does not give it to him. Some accounts don't close because you want them to. His face when he says it is a face Caelum has not seen him wear, and limited mercy, he lets him wear it, and that is the most he has in him for him today. Elowen sets white oleander on the closed lid. Caelum keeps the journal. It does not go into the ground. It came out of this house in her hands, and into his through the bars of a cell, and it stays with him, and it will go where he goes. When the grave is closed and the men have gone, Caelum stands and looks back across the grounds at the manor, the long grey face of it, the dome, the 6 exterior doors he learned to count, the basement under all of it.
Tear it down,
Caelum says to Tommaso. He nods. He does not ask if Caelum is sure. He has worked for him long enough to hear the difference between an order he might reconsider and one he will not. Before Caelum lets him go, he turns to Elowen.
What has to come out first? Yours as much as mine.
They make the list standing there in the memorial ground. The 3 sealed charter copies, the journal already with Caelum, the family and legal archives Tommaso needs, her business papers, her seeds, her tools, the propagation stock she has kept alive through everything, the crown and the oath text from the strongbox, the 1 photograph from the terrace, the 2 of them, that has survived this far. What the staff choose for themselves, each of them, their own things in their own hands. The cells stay. The chair, the iron, the things in the lower rooms that were made only to hurt people. none of it is kept. Caelum will not have a museum of what was done down there, and he will not keep the old iron on a wall to prove he has passed it. It takes weeks to empty the manor without losing what matters. The staff are relocated. The archives go into secure storage. Tommaso catalogues and photographs the dangerous materials from the lower rooms before they are destroyed. The orangery is fenced and braced, so the work beside it cannot bring down the frame. The corner bed, where Valentina lay for 14 years, is dug out, sieved, and cleared until the examiner signs that nothing of her remains beneath the oleander. Elowen and Caelum move to a smaller Orsini property inland while it is done. It is a plain house. It is safe, and it is temporary. And it is not worth describing. Then they take the manor down. Caelum goes to watch part of it. The machine puts its arm through the ballroom wall, and the wall does not resist the way stone seems like it should. It simply comes apart, a section folding down into its own dust. The main staircase, where he sat behind Valentina while she let him ruin her braids, breaks in the middle and drops. The dome loses its glass in a long, bright fall that he feels in his teeth. They open the basement to the sky, and Tommaso stands over it with the men from the record office while it is documented one last time, and then they fill it, load after load, and pour concrete into it until there is no down anymore, only ground. The dust hangs a long time and then settles into the shape of where the house was. Behind its fence, at the edge of it, the orangery stands. Elowen watches beside him. At some point, she begins to cry. Caelum does not name the tears for her. He feels little while the manor comes down. The feeling arrives later, at odd hours, in pieces. 14 months later, the new house is finished, and it is not the old one made prettier. The stone outside is dark, Orsini stone, because that much is true about who they are, and Caelum wouldn't pretend otherwise. Inside, it is full of light. You can stand in the main hall and see straight through to the grounds on the far side. There are no long, blind corridors, nothing built to hide a man coming. The windows open. Every bedroom door, theirs included, locks from the inside, and only the inside. There is no room below anyone. The security lives at the perimeter, on the walls and the gates, not stacked around Elowen's body. The council room has her place built into it, not an added chair between Caelum and the table, but a seat of the room's own design, with the copies of the charter kept in a case along the wall, where anyone in the room can see the seal. Her office is her own, her records under her own lock, her business run from it as a thing that belongs to her. And the orangery has become a greenhouse. They took the old iron frame, cleaned it, kept what was sound, and set the surviving panes back where they could and new glass where they couldn't. Cuttings off Valentina's original oleander, the wild stock that grew over her for 14 years, root in fresh soil down proper beds with proper drainage. There are 2 ways through it now, an entrance at each end, both of them working, and a small brass plate near the near door with Valentina's name on it and her years, so that anyone who works here knows whose century this began as. There is nothing under the floor. Her grave is on the rise to the east, in the sun, where Caelum can see the wall of it from the greenhouse glass, but does not have to walk through here to reach her. Elowen walks him through it the morning it is signed off complete. She goes to the far end and puts her hand on the iron and pushes, and the second door swings out onto the garden without a catch, the hinges turning clean.
This one has doors that open.
Caelum doesn't answer it. He crosses to the near entrance and puts his hand on that handle and works it. And it moves under his hand the way a thing should. And he looks from the swung open far door, past her, out to the wall on the rise, where the morning light is already on his sister's stone. Then he steps through into the garden and back again, because he can. The house opens formally with the ceremony they set down in the charter, and they keep it short. The senior captains stand in the hall. Tommaso holds the sealed charter where the seal can be seen. Salvatore is to the side. There is no procession, no line of introductions, no crowd to please. Aelwyn wears the crown they had made and remade until it was right. Narrow, aged gold. The oleander leaves cut, long and smooth-edged, and set in their true whorls of 3. The single marquise ruby. The inside of the band worn smooth so it sits on her without pressing and without a point to catch. It is light enough that she can wear it standing still and forget it is there. Caelum swears first. That was the point of all of it, that he goes first, that the seat bends its neck before the crown does.
The charter binds me,
Caelum says to the room, to her.
The seat does not stand above the law of this house. Her title does not cancel the person who holds it. Whoever takes this seat after me takes the limits with the power, or takes neither.
That is all of his. He doesn't recite the document. They can read it. It hangs where they can read it. Then Aelwyn, in her own words, brief as she promised she would keep them.
I'll speak when fear closes other mouths.
She says,
I'll guard this house without giving myself to it. I'll hold the charter to the seat and to the crown both. I stand beside the man in that seat as long as I remain myself, and the day I can't, the charter says I may go, and no one here may stop me.
No one swears obedience. No one owns anyone. The captains have heard it, and there are witnesses to say they heard it. That is what the day was for. No one cheers. Tommaso closes the charter case. The captains leave in small groups, repeating the final terms quietly enough that Caelum catches only pieces. When the witnesses have gone, Aelwyn reaches up and takes the crown off herself, both hands, and the smooth gold lifts away clean and leaves no mark on her. She sets it on the table like any object she is done using for the day. They move through the house after they leave. Caelum's formal shoes are off by the hall stair. She left hers somewhere near the council room. The greenhouse lights are on, out beyond the black glass, low, so the new cuttings keep their warmth. There is a cup of water half drunk on a table and a stack of papers he has decided are tomorrow's. The terrace door off the bedroom is open, and peace the night air is moving through. Caelum leaves the council papers where they are. Aelwyn nudges his discarded shoes out of the walkway with her bare foot, takes the unfinished glass from the table, and drinks what is left. He has learned not to treat a ceremony as permission to reach for her. So he doesn't. She reaches for him. She crosses the room, places both hands against his chest, and looks up.
I want you here.
She says.
Tonight.
Yes.
She takes the bullet ring from his right hand and sets it on the bedside table. The rough metal no longer belongs between them.
Look at me.
She says. Caelum does.
Little lion.
The name breaks through every title he has worn since the basement. They kiss. She guides his hands and he follows, asking when he is uncertain and stopping whenever her answer changes. The terrace door stays open, and chosen intimacy, night air moves through the room. The rest belongs to them, not to the audience. What matters is clear. 2 adults choose the moment freely. Every boundary remains reversible, and neither mistakes intimacy for proof that the past is fixed. Later, they lie awake in the quiet.
I love you,
Caelum says.
I know.
There is no speech after it. There does not need to be. In the morning, she is already in the greenhouse when Caelum finds her. The light comes through the cleaned glass, green and full, and both end doors are propped open, so the air moves through. And she's at the workbench in an old shirt, with soil on her hands, a row of small pots in front of her, and a tray of rooted cuttings off Valentina's oleander waiting to be moved up. She has her hair tied back, and there's a smear of dirt along her jaw, and she doesn't look up when he comes in, only says,
Hold this one steady while I firm it in. It's top-heavy.
Caelum takes the pot in both hands and holds it level. She lowers the rooted cutting into the fresh soil, settles it, and packs the earth in around the base of it with her thumbs, working around the stem, pressing it firm, while he keeps the pot from tipping under her hands. Epilogue. Caelum. The gate reads Caelum's car and opens before he reaches it. He comes up the drive past the dark shape of the greenhouse, its low lights still burning inside. It has been a year since the house opened, a year of nights like this one. The arena an hour down the coast, the drive back long enough to leave most of it behind him. He won tonight. His right side is sore where a knee got through, and a split across 2 knuckles has been cleaned and taped by Tommaso's man. Nobody is behind him. It is only a fight, and it is over, and he is home. Inside, the hall is quiet. A black lacquer box sits on the table by the door, small, plain, well made, empty. Caelum works the bullet ring off his right hand. It catches at the knuckle before it comes free, resisting the way it has for years. The skin beneath it is paler than the rest of his finger, a groove pressed there by the metal he has worn against the world since before she came back to him. The rough inside of the band catches the light. His hand feels lighter than it should, almost wrong. The weight of a thing carried so long it stopped being a thing. He puts the ring in the box and closes the lid. He is not putting it back on. He goes toward the greenhouse the long way, through the hall where the sightline runs clean to the far windows. Shallow crates stand by the side door, packed and labeled from morning delivery, an order slip taped to the top one in Elowen's hand. On the console near her office, a paid invoice sits under the riverstone she uses as a weight. Her letterhead, her account. A wedding down the coast that wanted 300 stems and got them. The greenhouse is warm when Caelum steps in. The oleander descendants have grown into established plants in a year, waist-high and higher along the near bed. The first of them are flowering, white and pale pink under the lights. Both end doors are shut against the night, but unlocked. The brass plate by the near door catches some of the light. His sister's name and her years. Elowen is at the far bench with clippers, taking spent flower heads off the mature stalk and dropping them into a bucket. A stack of order labels is weighted beneath a trowel beside her. Her sleeves are pushed up, floral tape is wound around one finger, and a green stain crosses the heel of her hand.
You're up late,
Caelum says.
Delivery at 7.
She doesn't turn.
Did you win?
Yes.
Knuckles?
Taped.
She sets down the clippers and comes over. She takes his right hand in both of hers to inspect the split, turning it toward the light. Then, she stops. Her thumb moves over the pale groove where the ring was.
Where is it?
In the box by the door.
She looks at his face.
Putting it back on in the morning?
No.
She touches the bare place once, the pad of her thumb against the groove, and releases his hand. That is all. She returns to the bench and picks up the clippers. Caelum carries the bucket along the bed while she works. She cuts. He keeps it within reach. At some point, she says, without looking up,
The Ferraro girl asked me today if I have children.
What did you tell her?
That I don't.
She snips a stem.
She looked at me like I'd said something sad.
Do you want them?
Caelum says.
Someday.
She thinks about it, the way she thinks about a bed that isn't draining right, turning it over.
Maybe someday. I don't know yet.
She drops the cutting into the bucket.
Not because there's a hole in this. There isn't.
Then we leave it there,
Caelum says. She reaches for the next stem.
For now.
Salvatore comes just before Caelum locks up, a folder under his arm. He sets it on the bench and says it can wait until morning, which means he came to see the plants. He walks the length of the near bed with his hands behind his back, an old man in a good coat, and stops where the flowering has come in thickest. He puts one hand on the restored iron frame, feeling where the old rust was taken back to metal. He studies the brass plate, then looks through the dark glass toward the east rise, where the wall around Caelum's sister's ground sits beneath the last of the moon.
Your sister would have loved her,
he says.
She would have.
He watches Aelwyn tie a label onto a crate across the room. After a minute, he picks up his folder, tells Caelum he will see him tomorrow, and leaves. Caelum hears his car on the drive, and the gate reading him out. That night, the terrace door is cracked, and the greenhouse lights throw a faint green square onto the far bedroom wall. Aelwyn is already down on her side, her work pencil still on the nightstand where she left it. Caelum lies back. His hand goes under the pillow the way it always does, and the knife is there. Its grip worn smooth to his palm, its weight familiar. It has been beneath his pillow every night since they let him out. He holds it for a moment. Then, he reaches across and sets it on the nightstand, blade sheathed, a hand's reach away. The mattress shifts as she surfaces.
What?
She says, half into the pillow.
I just wanted to try sleeping without it.
Okay.
She does not lift her head. She turns her right hand over on the sheet, palm up, and leaves it there. Caelum slides his empty right hand across. She threads her fingers through his and holds loosely, already sinking back under. The knife is on the nightstand. The band is on his left hand. Her hand is in his. He closes his eyes without deciding anything about it. Caelum is in the orangery the way it was. Afternoon light comes through the glass, most of the panes still whole, warm on the old mosaic. Valentina sits among the oleander in the corner bed with the journal open in her lap. 26. Dark hair down her back. A smudge of pencil along the side of her hand where she has been drawing in the margins. She reads without looking up.
Bravery isn't the absence of fear. It's opening the door anyway.
She closes the journal and sets it beside her on the stone. She stands, brushes off her skirt, and walks toward the oleander the way she always does in this dream, toward the flowers and away from him. Caelum knows how it goes. She disappears among the branches and does not return. He wakes with his chest tight and loses her again. This time, she turns. She looks at him across the warm room and smiles the way she smiled when he was young and following her up and down the halls.
You became real, little lion.
Caelum opens his mouth, but nothing comes. She looks at him a moment longer, still smiling. The light holds. Then, the dream releases him, the way sleep does, easing rather than tearing. Caelum wakes near dawn. The room is grey, going gold at the edges of the terrace door. Aelwyn lies beside him, still asleep. Her hands slack in his now, her breathing slow. His right hand is empty, except for hers. The knife is on the nightstand where he left it. The ring is downstairs in the closed box. The band is on his left hand. Through the glass beyond the terrace, the greenhouse holds its light. Oleander blooms behind the panes, white and pink in the first sun. Farther off, on the rise, the wall around his sister's ground catches the light too. In the ashes of everything Caelum had been, Aelwyn grew something living.